What you're about to listen to is the first major crossover in the Marvel and DC Unionverse. You can listen to all the stories included on Tiger Tales and Tiger Tales The Lost Stories. The original set crossover was separated into 5 parts. Here I have put all 5 parts together in one video for you to listen to. The Invasion of the Putties.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is New York Radio News. I am your host, Felicity Hart, and this is your 12 o'clock lunchtime news. There have been several reports today of portals opening in the sky, with rocks falling from them. I can only assume, ladies and gentlemen, that this is a meteor storm. Please stay home and please stay safe. On to other news.
The mutants for hire were all hanging out in the lounge area, waiting for the FBI to contact them about their second kryptonite-made metahuman's location so they could go and bring her in. Man, I'm so bored, Oclo sighed.
Yeah, I know. But can't we take another assignment whilst we wait?
Thunderstruck asked.
Your fat head can't handle all that, bro.
One-Up mocked.
Actually, by circumstance, your head is slightly bigger.
Cardio told One-Up. He kinda got it there, bro. Close chuckled. Suddenly, the tall windows that were placed at the back of the room all shattered as several figures dived into the room. The boys all jumped to their feet and stared at these grey-looking figures, all in strange fighting stances. Their faces kinda looked like clay mould with black hollow eyes and mouths, and they all started making strange noises.
What are these things?
One-Up asked.
I do not recognize these beings.
Cardio retorted. The 4 boys stood there ready, waiting for the strange being to make a move.
I say we mess these things up.
One-Up said as he touched a silver spoon on the table, which turned his entire skin silver.
Boys, butter me up.
Thunderstruck muttered. One-Up used all of his strength to hit Thunderstruck in the back. Then Octos's eyes turned red, his strength increasing, and then he also hit Thunderstruck in the back. Then Cardio's heart increased, making his muscles stronger, and then he also hit Thunderstruck in the back. Thunderstruck then channeled all of the hits into their kinetic energy and put it all into his fists. May as well keep it in the red, yeah? Oclos muttered as his eyes stayed glowing red. Then the strange beings all advanced. One jumped high into the air and clung onto the staircase that led up to the set of bookshelves. One-Up jumped up and booted off the railing with all his might. It fell as it hit the ground, exploding into lumps of clay. One-Up looked down in shock. 2 ran at Thunderstruck. He ducked down, dodging their attacks, and then he turned around and put his fists into one of the beings and released some of the kinetic energy. The being exploded into clumps of clay. Thunderstruck shook his hand in disgust. Then the other one kicked him in the back. He stumbled forward. He gained his footing. He threw his fist and sent kinetic energy at the strange clay being. It got hit by the blast, exploding into lumps of clay. Cardio grabbed one of the beings and lifted it into the air, and with his enhanced strength, he pulled the being apart. It then shattered into clumps of clay. Then he turned his attention to another. He caught its fist and it swung an attack at him. He then swiftly pulled the arm off the creature and used its arm to batter the being's head in. Then the same thing happened and it turned into clumps of clay. One jumped up and dived at Oclos. He jumped up and kneed the being in the head. He grabbed the being and with one fell pull he tore the head off. The being turned into clumps of clay. One-Up jumped off the library floor, landing on one of the beings, stamping on its head, and then he grabbed it, pulled it up and headbutted it in the face. Oclos then jumped up, kicked it in the back. Thunderstruck ran up and punched it in the chest. Cardio then slid past, grabbing it by the ankles, tripping it over. It fell forward and crashed into the glass table, shattering it. The being shattered in clumps of clay. The door swung open and Mr. Pocket walked in. "Boys, whatever are you doing? You're making a lot of ruckus," Mr. Pocket said. He then looked up and saw the mess of the place. "What the fuck is going on?" he barked.
Boss, it's a tricky thing. Not gonna lie.
Thunderstruck stated. Dad, these clay things are like everywhere. They just burst through the window, Oclo said.
We took care of them though, boss.
One-Up grinned awkwardly. Suddenly, the strange noises that the beings made could be heard again. Mr. Pocket and all the boys ran to the broken window and peered out of it. The view of New York City became apparent. Then they saw hundreds, possibly thousands, of these clay beings attacking everywhere in the city. The street was filled with them. The buildings being attacked, people started screaming out in fear.
It's some form of invasion.
Cardio muttered.
Boys, look up!
Thunderstruck sighed. They all looked up into the sky and saw huge green portals dotted all over the place. The sky was now nothing but black, and on the inside, just as dark. The clay creatures falling out of the portals and landing on the floor like it was nothing. Dad, what are these things? Oclos asked. Son, I do not know, Mr. Pocket sighed. Thunderstruck looked down to the street and saw two children being attacked. He then stormed away from the window and headed for the elevator. Thunderstruck, stop! Mr. Pocket barked at him.
Boss, I ain't arguing. I'm going down there.
Thunderstruck barked back at Mr. Pocket. My boy, don't be foolish. I would never stop you. I was going to say don't leave like your brothers. And besides, take these, Mr. Pocket replied. He tossed a small black box to Thunderstruck. He passed one to each one of the three other boys as well. Then each one opened the box and inside was a pair of communication links. Yo, upgrade, man, Close cheered.
These are pretty high-tech, boss.
Cardio said, wear them at all times. These are your communicators. You won't even know they are there, don't worry, they're all connected to each other and to mine. We are family, boys, we have each other's backs, and now you have to go save the city, and I want to keep an eye on you, Mr. Pocket told them.
Thanks, boss.
One-Up said. They all placed their communication links into their ears and all headed for the elevator. They all ran out of the building, entered the street, filled with madness. These clay creatures had started tearing up the place. Buildings were now on fire. Cars were now on fire. People running in fear or being attacked. The streets now filled with screaming and terror.
I say we stay close.
Thunderstruck said.
You heard the boss. We're family.
One-Up replied.
We must stay alert.
Cardio chimed in. Yo, let's kick some ass, boys. Oclus grinned. Then the four boys got to work and started fighting the strange clay creatures. Back up to the mutants for hire's lair, Mr. Pocket walked into his office and pressed the screen on his computer. It revealed all the green portals all over the planet. The clay creatures were spilling into the world all over the place. New York, Los Angeles, Gotham, Metropolis, and more were under attack. Perfect. Now we must wait for everyone to assemble. Mr. Pocket grinned.
If you have a job that needs to get done and the police won't help you, not even the FBI will help you, and if you could find them, and if you can slightly afford the elevated cost because of their insurance rates, maybe you can hire Mutants for Hire. You can always try to reach them at 14-141-26610. If you can find them and you can afford them, they'll get it done. It's not Deadpool. It's not Deadpool. It's not a conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy.
In Gotham City, in the Wayne Manor, Elias Smith, also known as Arkham, the old gentle spy, stood before Alfred Pennyworth, Dick Grayson, Dinah Lance, Roy Harper, Alex Andrews Jr., and Lance Bishop. He stood there and presented all the information he had on Dr. Dead.
This is so messed up,
Dick said harshly.
This man killed his parents.
Roy snapped.
And his doctors, 3 of them.
Dinah sighed. Wait, they said he had a daughter, Lance questioned.
She was adopted, though,
Dick stated.
Thank Smith's old friend for the information. We shall go over this and compare it to our notes.
Alfred said.
Anyways, I can help the defenders of Gotham,
Elias said with a nod. Then suddenly the sound of window smashing came from one of the hallways upstairs.
No one moves unless I tell you to,
Dick commanded. He then shifted from his chair and left the room. He started creeping up the staircase as slowly and quietly as possible. He entered the hallway to see several strange grey creatures causing mayhem.
What the hell?
Dick asked. Then the creatures all turned their attention to Dick, and one of them attacked. It threw its fist, and Dick swatted it away. He then caught another's kick, then flung the foot up, making the thing flip over, and landed on its stomach. Then he jabbed one and kicked another one. He swung for two, but one of them hit him, knocking him back. Then another one kicked him in the chest, pushing him through the ledge, making him fall down back to the ground floor. He landed with a hard thud. As he got up, the creatures jumped down, landing next to him, whilst others ran down the corridor. Dick stood and kept blocking the incoming attacks, trying to find an opening, when suddenly 2 arrows struck the intruders. Both of them fell and exploded into piles of clay. The clay deteriorated slowly. Dick looked up to see Roy and Lance, both with their quivers equipped and bows in hand.
Thanks for the save.
Dick sighed as he caught his breath.
No problem, man.
Roy replied. Yeah, dude, don't even mention it. Lance grinned.
There are others, though.
Dick grunted.
Alex and Dinah ran off to go get them.
Roy explained. And Alfred headed to the back cave of Elias to make sure it stays secure, Lance told him.
Okay, good. Let's split up and get rid of those weird things.
Dick told the archery duo. Dinah and Lance ran through the corridor and found the grey humanoid-like creatures ransacking the manor's kitchen.
I guess they got hungry.
Dinah mocked. Then she pulled out a small cylinder, pressed the button, and it extended into her bow staff. She swirled it around, smacking one of the creatures into another. She then tripped one over and rammed one end of her staff into the creature's chest, and it exploded into lumps of clay. Then two jumped up onto the kitchen table. Dinah released her sonic scream, and the two wriggled in pain, dropped to the floor, and exploded into clay. Alex pulled out his grapple gauntlet, slipped it on, and he aimed it and shot it at... and the grapple hit a creature and pulled it closer. He then spun his foot around and kicked the creature in the head, knocking it to one side. He shot his grapple hook at the ceiling, swung across the room using his momentum to kick one of the creatures into another. He then swung back and threw several birdarangs, each one hitting one of the creatures. It exploded into piles of clay. Dinah and Alex high-fived each other. Nicely done, Canary, Alex cheered.
Not bad yourself, kid,
Dinah said, rather impressed. Then they headed for the back cave and met up with Dick and the others.
Guys, this is bad,
Dick said, sounding defeated. What's going on? Alex asked.
We have done a scan of these clay creatures, and they are everywhere,
Arkham explained.
I have scanned the whole of Gotham. They are everywhere, and their numbers are growing.
Alfred sighed.
And we're still sat here because...
Roy asked, confused.
We aren't going to, but we have to suit up and stick together. They are easily defeated, but the numbers of them make them a formidable foe,
Dick explained. Everyone went into separate directions and suited up. Brought to you by Onion Direct. We give you the ability to turn into your own Mighty Morphin Power Ranger. I've always wanted to be the Green Ranger, maybe the red one. Hey, maybe you want to change it up a bit and be a guy in a pink Power Ranger costume. That's fine by us. We give you the Proxy 50/50 Power Morpher. Yes, have a chance of morphing into your favorite Ranger, but don't forget the rules of being a Power Ranger. They can only exist one at a time, so... if you try morphing, it may not work, we don't know, but we're selling it to you for exactly $9.99.99. That's right, that's the Proxy 50/50 Chance Power Morpher. You may get to morph, who knows, with Onion Direct. Deep in the heart of Gotham, Dr. Dead ran through an alleyway. Several of these great creatures ran after him.
I'm not used to being the gingerbread man,
Dr. Dead sighed. He was tempted to use the Time Stone, but it wore him out physically whenever he tried to use it more than a couple times a day. He pulled out his revolver and aimed it. He pulled the trigger several times, killing several of the things that flooded the alleyway. The things fell to the floor and exploded into lumps of clay. Dr. Dead then turned around to see 2 or 3 of them stood there. One swung for Dr. Dead, but then Bane landed behind them and clapped his hands together, hitting the creature in the head, popping it like a grape. Then he grabbed one and threw it behind him with one hand, then picked up the last one by the head and by the ankle and pulled and tore the thing in two. Ah! Bane! Perfect timing, Dr. Dead said, surprised.
We could have stayed in our base of operations,
Bane barked.
No. Whatever these things are, they can stay away from my project,
Dr. Dead replied harshly.
You are the boss.
Bane snapped. Then the Scarecrow came running from the same alleyway. He stopped and bent over in the lack of breath.
These things are nightmares, and not in a good way.
Scarecrow huffed.
Sadly, our goons were useless.
Bane muttered, throwing Dr. Dead an evil glare. Don't blame me, not my fault, Dr. Dead replied. The villainous trio turned around and saw the mayhem of Gotham behind them, the clay-like creatures filling every building, destroying every car, filling the streets of Gotham.
There, I am up and running.
Scarecrow hissed as his needle gauntlet extended, his needles pointed over his knuckles.
Now what?
Bane asked.
No one gets to destroy Gotham other than me!
Dr. Dead growled. The trio started fighting the strange creatures. Dr. Dead stabbed one in the neck with his knife and then aimed his revolver and pulled the trigger, killing another one. Bane picked up one and swung it around like some form of weapon, using it to smack the others away. Scarecrow blocked an attack, then punched it in the face before stabbing it with his needles. The grey goon-like being started tumbling backwards, tripping over itself. It wriggled there for a couple moments like it was having an epileptic fit. Then it stopped and exploded into clay.
Good to know.
Scarecrow grinned. Suddenly, 3 motorbikes came to a halt. Nightwing and Robin climbed off the first one. Arsenal Hawkeye climbed off the second one. Black Canary and Arkham climbed off the third one. Suddenly, the Iron Butler landed next to them.
I usually hate party crashes, but I will admit, some backup would be nice.
Dr. Dead admitted.
I thought you would have skipped town.
Nightwing told him. If I'm going to watch Gotham burn, I'll be holding the lighter, Dr. Dead growled.
Those things are everywhere. We are going to need all of Gotham's toughest fighters. I guess that means you 3.
Nightwing muttered.
You what?
Arsenal blurted at him. I mean, he has a point. An alliance would be kind of helpful here. Robin snapped.
The scanner indicates that over 80% of Gotham is being attacked. We need the help.
Iron Butler told them.
I am so down! But the second that these Play-Doh wannabes are gone, I'm back to hating you! Ugh. Underwear tight-wearing heroes.
Dr. Dead chuckled. Then the heroes and villains formed into one team and started attacking the grey creatures across the street, as the grey creatures were trying to tear down Gotham.
Hey there, podcast listener. You enjoying what you're listening to? Well then, do I got a special treat for you. Storytime with Cosplay Dude 637. That's me. I'm your host, and I like to tell you stories. Stories that I personally enjoy. So, buckle up, get comfortable, because we're going on a wild ride.
Khonshu stood there watching his new avatar sleep. His name was Ashan Manu, an Indian astrophysicist. Khonshu sat there watching his avatar sleep when suddenly a portal opened in the sky. And another portal opened, and the sky suddenly became filled with portals, and grey-like creatures started raining down upon the little village and started to attack the villagers.
What are you doing, Mr. Pocket?
Khonshu sighed to himself. Then Ashan woke up. What's with all the ruckus? Ashan muttered. He climbed to his feet and placed his glasses on.
We have trouble. We must fight now.
Khonshu barked. Yes, okay, Ashan muttered sheepishly. Suddenly, Ashan stood tall and his suit appeared and wrapped over him. Moon Knight stood there tall and then dived off the roof that Ashan had been sleeping on. Moon Knight landed and ran up to one of the grey things and started fighting it, punched it several times in the face, then backflipped, kicking it as he flipped round. He landed and the grey creature fell to the floor, exploding into a pile of clay.
Alright, newbie, let's see what you have up your sleeve.
Khonshu muttered as he knelt down on one knee and watched Moon Knight throw one of his moon darts at one of the grey creatures. Summer Noir was fiddling with his Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Disk. He extended some wires and placed the other end to the reality stone. "Dude, I don't know if we should be doing this," his best friend Darren muttered.
The guy in the weird suit said to use it to bring my dream to life. The monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh! Would make amazing heroes. And I dream of being a natural duelist. So, why not use it?
Soma asked him. "Fine, let's mess with an Infinity Stone. You only live once, I suppose," Darren muttered, and helped Soma link the dual disc to the Infinity Stone. It was placed on top of the dual disc, and then suddenly the dual disc became active.
Holy raw! I think we did it.
Soma cheered. Suddenly a big explosion came from the building across the street. Soma and Darren ran to the window and saw the city being attacked by these grey creatures. They were swarmed everywhere, destroying everything, attacking the buildings, the people, the vehicles.
Good. Time to test it out.
Soma grinned, and he grabbed his new modified dual disc strapped onto his wrist, when suddenly his big red veins ran up his arm, the Infinity Stone started to glow, and Soma screamed out in pain, as red burning energy surged through him, and then he dropped to one knee. "Dude, now is not the time to play hero. You don't know how to work that thing," Darren barked at him as he dropped to one knee, assisting Soma to his feet.
I'm okay. Stings like a bitch, but it feels good. Get me the hero deck.
Soma ordered. Darren rolled his eyes, ran across the room, picked up a deck of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and handed it to Soma. He took the deck and slotted it into the dual disc, and suddenly the deck of cards started having a nice sheen to them. Soma took a deep breath in, then he placed his hand on his best friend.
Bro, if I don't come back, I just want to say thanks for dueling me all these years, and for being a badass roommate.
Soma said with a slight grin. He bolted off, leaving their apartment. "Dude!" Darren called after him. Soma ran out of the building and onto the street and found a couple of the grey creatures destroying a corner store.
"Hey!"
Soma barked. The creatures turned to Soma. He gulped hard, he clenched his shaking hand. His nerves were getting 100 miles an hour faster than him. He then drew 5 cards. His arm started to burn again.
I have a time limit here. Gotta be careful.
Soma muttered to himself. He looked at his hands of 5 cards. He picked one and placed it on the dual disc. The reality stone started to glow.
Here's everyone's favorite golden boy, Elemental Hero Sparkman, in attack mode.
Soma called out. Then in a flash of white light, Sparkman appeared in blue and gold. The electric hero stood tall. Soma looked down at his dual disc and the number 8000 appeared.
If a duelist's life points hit 0, the duel ends, and if that happens here, I'm rendered powerless? Seriously?
Soma confirmed to himself.
Sparkman, attack! Static shockwave!
Soma demanded. Then the monster held out his hand and a ball of bright blue electricity flew from his palm and hit the grey creatures and hit them dead on, exploding, and the creatures burst into lumps of clay. Soma jumped for joy, then removed the card and Sparkman disappeared. He then took off the dual disc for a second. The stone stopped glowing. The red veins on his arm slowly decreased. He fell down onto a bench.
Whoa, gotta be careful.
Soma sighed. He sat on the bench for a while. He took a deep breath and waited for his arm to stop being numb. When he got feeling back in his arm, he strapped the dual disc back on and started pulling out another 5 cards.
Have you been teleported to the past? Or de-aged to look like a kid again? Or have you delivered a message to some strange woman who asks questions all the time? And are you stuck? Well, call TARDIS Taxis, the taxi service that don't get you where you want to go, but where you need to go. To book TARDIS Taxis, simply call the number in last week's paper. Bookings are 6 months in advance. We cannot rearrange your booking, as it may rip a hole in the space-time continuum. Refunds are at the discretion of the Time Lords. Call TARDIS Taxis, and we will get you home. One day.
In New York University, Logan, Amelia, Hunter were all chilling in the library, catching up on coursework. "Man, I am so bored," Hunter whined. "Well, I would say let's go get a smoothie or something, but it all depends on Miss Workaholic over here wants to join us," Logan said, tilting his head at Amelia.
"Excuse me, I'm just trying to get this work done. Sorry, but I want to pass this course."
Amelia snapped. Suddenly there was a scream from outside. Logan, Amelia and Hunter all ran to the window to see these strange grey-like creatures running around, causing havoc amongst the university grounds, attacking the students, attacking the building. Hunter bolted off in one direction. Logan watched Hunter join in with the rest of the students running out the library in fear. Logan looked at Amelia. She nodded at him. They headed into the back rooms and changed. Suddenly, Spider-Man and Vixen landed onto the university grounds. Spider-Man jumped up and shot his webs at some of the creatures and pulled one up in the air. He punched it a couple times, then smacked one to the ground. It exploded into lumps of clay. Vixen touched her amulet, and the spirit of the gorilla formed around her, and then she started swinging her fist, smacking these grey creatures around like they were nothing. She then jumped up and flipped over and smashed her heel into one of the creature's head, and it exploded into lumps of clay. Man, these things are weird, Spider-Man sighed as he shot another web.
I can't figure out whether they're demonic or alien.
Vixen snapped as she smacked one and it flew into a tree. Hunter ran with the other students, but eventually turned to the mechanic's workshop. He ran into the empty room, stumbled into his locker. He opened the locker with his combination and suited up. Captain Cold crept out of the mechanic's workshop, found some of the grey creatures trying to break into one of the corridors via a window. He aimed his cold gun and blasted ice beams at the creatures, freezing them solid halfway into the window. Their frozen bodies now hanging halfway into the building. Captain Cold then walked up and kicked one of them in the head and broke into massive shards of ice. He then made his way outside. JJ was in the gym, doing some boxing training. He was punching his punching bag as hard as he could. The sound of the boxing glove hitting the bag echoed throughout the gym.
We should be trying to kill Spider-Man.
Venom's voice echoed his mind. Can you shut up? I'm trying to train here, JJ snapped.
You promised.
Venom growled. Actually, we made a deal. You lend me your strength and combat senses, and I'll be your host, JJ snapped back.
Fine, but eventually I will grow tiresome.
Venom snarled. Yeah, got it, JJ sighed. Then he carried on punching his punching bag. Suddenly, the sound of glass shattering echoed from behind him. He turned around and found a grey humanoid-like being falling into the room via now a broken window. JJ took off his boxing gloves, walked up to the figure who was climbing to its feet. Yo man, what the fuck you doing? JJ barked. The figure stood and revealed its ghoulish features. JJ took a step back in horror. The creature jumped at JJ and swung for him. JJ blocked the attack and jabbed the being in the face, making it stumble back. Then the creature smacked JJ in the face and he was thrown off his feet and slid across the floor.
Would you like me to get involved?
Venom asked in his mind. God damn it, yes, JJ barked. Then the symbiote wrapped itself around him and Venom stood there in front of the grey creature, now overtowering it. Venom grabbed the creature and bit his head clean off and chewed the head up before spitting it back out in disgust, the body breaking into lumps of clay.
That was gross,
Venom growled. Then Venom peered out of the broken window and found more attacking the university. Venom jumped out of the window. Spider-Man shot a web ball at one of the grey creatures. Vixen kicked it, sending it flying, and then suddenly Captain Cold came into view, blasting more of the creatures with ice blasts, freezing them. Suddenly Venom landed and whipped out a tendril of symbiote and smacking two of the creatures into the ground. Come on, guys, we do not have the time here. Can you not see the university is being invaded by the Clay Commando? Spider-Man barked as he pulled two of them towards him, jumping up at the last second, making the two of them collide. Ain't here for you. I'm a thief, but I'm not here for terrorism, Captain Cold snapped.
So how about we call a temporary truce and join forces?
Vixen asked as she threw another one across the ground. I agree with the chick, but I don't see a bunch of people not getting killed, you know? So I'm down, Captain Cold confirmed. Spider-Man then looked at Venom. You used to work with Peter Parker when you were bonded with Eddie and Flash Thompson. Maybe we can work together too, Spider-Man suggested.
I agree for now,
Venom said. Spider-Man nodded. Then the four of them started fighting the grey creatures as a team. Brought to you by Onion Direct, the Red Lantern skincare cream. That's right, we've gotten the pure toxicity of the blood plasma from a Red Lantern and made it into fantastic skincare products. This skin cream gives you the stinging sensation of a sunburn. Did you enjoy the burning of a sunburn? Did you like the itchy sensation of eczema? Did you enjoy the one time that you touched the hob even though grandma told you not to? Yes, well, this skincare cream is just for you. Again, that is made from the boiling blood plasma of a Red Lantern. We give you the Red Lantern skincare cream only for $9.99.99. Brought to you by Onion Direct. Jack walked out of the bank and looked up and saw the portals in the sky. He slipped his ring back on and became the Orange Lantern once more. He saw several grey creatures running towards him, so he aimed his ring and the two police officer constructs were made. They started shooting at the grey creatures. Then he made a sword construct and started slashing down the creatures himself. Jordan placed her ring on the lantern and she could feel the energy surge through her. Then she walked up to Atrocitus. "You must go back. Something's happening. I can smell it." Atrocitus growled.
Yeah, I'm going.
Jordan moaned. Jordan opened a portal and walked through it, and when she appeared by her apartment, she walked up to the building and noticed some of these grey creatures attacking a group of people.
I'm not in the mood for this crap.
Jordan whined. She then walked up to them.
Yo, jackasses! Leave them alone!
She barked. The grey things turned around and swung for her. She jumped back and dodged the attack.
With blood and rage of crimson red, we fill men's souls with darkest dread, and twist your minds to pain and hate. We'll burn you all, that is your fate!
She looked at the Red Lantern ring when suddenly red light wrapped around her and formed into a long sleeve top, connected to a knee-length skirt. The Red Lantern logo appeared on her chest, and the small red mask formed around her eyes, and her hair was put up into a ponytail.
You're fucking with the wrong girl.
The Red Lantern snapped. She made a buzzsaw construct and sliced through the couple of grey things like they were nothing. They exploded into lumps of clay. The group of people ran off in fear. The Red Lantern shook her head at them. Then she looked up and saw the portals in the sky and the creatures raining from them, landing everywhere for as far as she could see. She opened the blood portal, ran through it, landing next to Jack, who was suited up already fighting the grey creatures.
"Oh, Jordan, miss me so soon?"
The Orange Lantern chuckled as he sliced one of them in half.
Don't flatter yourself. We will survive this better if we work together. Whatever this is.
The Red Lantern growled. She made several big blasters which floated over her in an arch formation and then started blasting the creatures into pieces. Elsewhere in Los Angeles, Kit sat there in his car, looking over the information he had figured out which gang members he would cause the biggest dent in the gang's operation if the Ghost Rider got rid of them. He sat in his car and pondered this.
God damn it, man.
Kit muttered to himself. Then suddenly something hit his car. It crashed right on top of him, breaking his windshield. Kit jumped out of the car and quickly dived to check to see what it was. It was a humanoid being.
Are you okay, sir? Ma'am?
Kit barked, confused. Then the grey being jumped to its feet and jumped at Kit. He jumped to one side and landed hard as he grunted in pain because he hit the concrete. He slowly climbed to his feet, then he saw that his attacker had friends, more of the same beings, fell from the sky and started destroying stuff. Kit noticed the portals. People then started running scared, screaming, filling the streets. The buildings started being attacked, cars started being destroyed. Kit looked at the sky, then back at the few of the grey things that were now advancing on him. Suddenly, he felt really hot and bothered. His skin felt like it was on fire.
You want to take over? Be my guest.
Kit grunted, then his head and hands burst into flames as the Ghost Rider took over.
Burn in hell.
The Ghost Rider called out as it breathed fire. The flames submerged the grey creatures and burnt them into a solid black charcoal. The Ghost Rider then walked up to his car, pulled out his shotgun, and a red shimmer encased the shotgun as he did. He then climbed into the car. The wheels set ablaze and the glass fixed itself. He then drove off. Some of the grey creatures tried to jump on the car as he drove. He pulled the shotgun out and leant it out of the window and pulled the trigger, blasting the creatures off his car. He kept shooting at the creatures as he drove, who some of them attacking civilians, and some of them try to jump on this ride. He came to a halt to see the Red Lantern and the Orange Lantern fighting a big group of them. He climbed out, pulled the chain out of the boot, wrapped it around his chest diagonally, then pulled out his machete. He then closed the boot again and walked up to the two lanterns.
What the hell?
The Orange Lantern blurted in shock.
We're a mutual acquaintance.
Red Lantern sighed with a slight eye roll.
We stronger as unit.
Ghost Rider muttered. Then the Ghost Rider swung its machete, which now also glowed red, and it cut through the being like butter as the hot blades, glowing with heat, left a black residue burning the now cut in half grey creature. The Red Lantern made a chain, wrapped it around one of the necks of the creatures and pulled it close, then threw up blood all over it. It splashed on the being's face, melting it. The Orange Lantern made a tiger construct and started attacking the grey creatures with it. He made a mace and started to crush some of the heads in. Hey guys, if you're enjoying this story on the Tiger Tales channel, then maybe you should go check out Tiger Tales The Lost Stories, our second channel. The channel is exactly the same as this one, but with two minor differences. The first one being that fanfiction is taken in a whole different sort of concept, and there's more original stories. And then the other one is all the stories are in first person perspective. So instead of he did this and he said that, is I did this and I did that. So you might want to go check it out for different and unique stories. That's Tiger Tales, The Lost Stories, our brother channel. Go check it out after you listen to this. Isaac was stood there minding the toy store. The boss had left him there by himself many times before. He loved working at the toy store. He was a big kid himself. At the age of 13, he got to try out the new merchandise, and his use of knowledge of toys helped making sales. He sat there kind of bored waiting for customers, realizing that there had not been any customers for a little while. Suddenly, two grey creatures smashed through the store window and crashed into the toy stand, knocking it over. Isaac jumped up and landed on the counter, looking down at the mayhem, and realized that the two beings were now standing up to their feet. Really now, my boss is going to be so mad, man, so in return, I'm going to kick your ass. Isaac grinned. He held out his hand, and in a flash of light, a keyblade appeared. It was the Happy Gear keyblade. The keyblade was built and looked like pieces from the Monsters Incorporated factory from the Monsters Inc. movie. This is my weapon, Happy Gears, and I'm Isaac. Nice to meet you, Isaac cheered. Then he jumped up and swung the keyblade down and sliced one of the beings. He then hit it a few times. It dropped to the floor and exploded into a pile of clay. He then placed his keyblade on his shoulder, keeping a tight grip on it. You wanna go too? Isaac asked confidently. He blocked an incoming strike. He then backflipped and swung the keyblade hard as the mighty swing hit the grey creature, breaking it into lumps of clay. Isaac then jumped out of the window and looked around the street to see more of the grey creatures, causing a mass amount of chaos all over the place. Isaac gripped his keyblade and ran into the mayhem head on. Brought to you by Onion Direct. We give you the Super Glue, a lip balm. Not for yourself, don't be a jerk and put it on yourself, give it to someone else. This lip balm is for the grandmother who talks about masturbation too much, your wife who keeps on gossiping, and that coworker who just always seems to have a question. Give it to them. They'll get shiny lips, of course, that's what lip balm does, but with the added efficiency of the Super Glue, they won't ever talk again. That is right, we promise no talking, shiny lips, and of course, warning, do not put it on yourself. Give it to others with the fantastic price of $9.99 Brought to you by Onion Direct. In the Sanctum Sanctorum in China, Kenny and Kelly were reading books in the main room, just waiting around for Doctor Strange to finish his meditation. Suddenly, the entrance swung open, and a group of ghoulish grey figures walked in, prancing around weirdly. Excuse me, can we help you? Kelly snapped. The beings did not respond, but one did start punching a bookshelf down. Yo, come on man, stop it, Kenny barked. Kelly and Kenny grouped up. Let's do this, Kenny snarled. Kelly muttered a spell, then aimed her hands out and a green lightning burst forth from her palms and hit one of the creatures. They flew across the room and burst into lumps of clay. Kenny also muttered a spell and made several daggers appear out of thin air. The floating daggers flew at the group and stabbed several of them. They all burst into lumps of clay. More of the creatures started barging through the door and filled the room. I think it's time, Kenny said. Yeah, definitely time, Kelly said. You think it's wise, though? Kenny asked. Suddenly, the door opened behind them, and barged through was Dr. Stephen Strange. I would say so, Dr. Strange said, and presented 2 helmets to them. One was golden, the helmet of fate. The other was silver, the helmet of fury. Kenny grabbed the helmet of fate and placed on his head, and a flash of magical golden light, Dr. Fate stood before them. Let us sort this out quickly, Strange, Dr. Fate barked. Kelly grabbed the helmet of fury and placed it on her head, and in the flash of magical silver light, Dr. Fury stood before them. I agree with fate, Dr. Fury snapped. Dr. Fate raised his hand and several blasts of golden light erupted from his palm, and it hit the grey creatures, destroying them instantly. Dr. Fury held up her hand and into the air, and the Omega symbol appeared in a silver flame. Suddenly, silver flames erupted and encased the beings. Dr. Strange opened a portal, put his hand through and pulled out a 14-year-old boy, and the portal closed behind him. Dude, what gives? The boy barked. Julian Long, we are in need of your specific skills, Dr. Strange replied. Julian looked around the chaos around him. Whoa, next time leave with that, yeah? Julian jumped up and into the fray. Dragon up, he called out. Flames encased his entire body, and he grew, and then left, leaving a long, thick-bodied crimson dragon standing on his hind legs, arms crossed, his wings extended. Julian's blonde, spiky hair was now on a dragon's head. Nah, peeps, the dragon is here, Julian called out. Then he flew into the fold, breathing fire on the groups of intruders. Dr. Strange held out his hand and made a portal. Huge demonic fists flew out of the portal, and they flew and punched several of the grey beings. The 3 doctors and the dragon defended the Sanctum Sanctorum in China.
This podcast is a production of the 3 Ranger Bros Studios, in association with Zio to Hero, the podcast.
Back in New York, the 4 Mutant for Hire boys had been fighting for a while. Day had shifted into night. A few hours had gone by. Every grey creature they blew up into lumps of dissolving clay, another took its place. The city had started to evacuate, but some people were trapped or hiding. Oculus was fighting a group of grey creatures. His eyes turned blue. He ran at full speed and smashed into one of the creatures, and it exploded into clay. One came up to him. It had a sapphire around its fist. It threw its bald hand, but before Oculus could react, several playing cards, which had a purple hue to them, stabbed into the creature and they exploded, destroying it. Oculus turned around to see Gambit stood on the car. Of course you're here, Oculus grinned.
My love is at the mansion. They are safe. I thought this would be a good chance to stretch my legs, you know.
Gambit grinned back. He hopped off the car with his bow staff in hand. He swung it around, tripping over one of the beings, and tapped it on the head with the tip of the staff. A spark of kinetic energy burst forth, exploding the creature's head. Come on, the other boys are down the street, Oculus told Gambit.
Lead the way.
Gambit gestured. Cardio increased his heartbeat. His muscles became insanely tense. He jumped high into the air and landed on the creatures. They exploded as he landed on them. He turned around, went to go slap one, but Sabretooth landed in front of the grey creature with his claws and tore through the being's neck. Then the thing fell to the floor in a pile of clay.
Oh goody, you're here!
Cardio said with an eye roll.
Watch your mouth, runt. I could walk away, or I could lend my claws.
Sabretooth snarled.
Ignore him. These things will woke him up from his hangover nap.
Pyro said as he hopped off the car. He ignited his flamethrower, then he manipulated the flame, made it bigger, and made a basketball-sized fireball, and then threw it at the group of advancing creatures, burning them all to a crisp.
Fine,
Cardio muttered. Then he led the 2 Brotherhood members into the middle of the street, where One-Up and Thunderstruck were battling more of the creatures. One-Up booted one in the chest, sending it flying back. Thunderstruck swung his fist, sending a crescent wave of kinetic energy, slicing 4 of the creatures in half. Oculus and Gambit gathered up as well. The Mutants for Hire, the X-Man, and the 2 Brotherhood members battled on the street of New York, when suddenly One-Up noticed a man trapped under some rubble.
Guys, is there something under that fallen neon sign or what?
One-Up pointed.
Dude, help me with this.
Cardio barked at Arclos. Cardio's heart rate increased, and Arclos' eyes turned red. Both of them grabbed one end of the big broken neon sign and lifted it off the gentleman. The man crawled out and stood up slowly.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The man said. The boys dropped the sign and walked past the guy. You need to leave, now, Arclos told the man. Then he punched an incoming creature. The man bent down, touching his toes.
Dude, get out of here.
Thunderstruck barked as he stomped his foot, sending a shockwave through the ground, making a bunch of them fall over, allowing him to punch some of the things too. And then one of the creatures punched him in the head. He turned the attack into stored energy. The man then leaned back, then used one arm to stretch out his shoulder, and then he placed his thumbs on his back and then leaned back again, clicking his spine.
What is wrong with this fool?
Gambit muttered Arclos. Arclos shrugged in return.
Don't mind me, gentlemen. A little stretching never hurt anyone.
The man said as he tilted his head back and forth.
Don't make me move you. These creatures are a nightmare.
One up barked at him.
They are called putties, and they are, worse when there is a lot of them.
The man grunted. Wait, you know what these things are, dude? Arclos asked between punching the creatures.
First off, it's Mark. And second, yes I do. Their arrival might be sort of my fault.
The man known as Mark explained. Then Mark looked at the group, who were all looking at him, kind of disturbed. Mark then held out a strange-looking belt-buckle device.
It's morphin' time!
Mark called out. Mark held out his Cornish power morpher, and it popped open.
Kono Bisficken!
Mark called out. Then the morpher dematerialized, leaving the coin floating there. Mark then morphed into his ranger suit. His helmet formed over his head. Then the coin started spinning and it flew at Mark, hitting Mark in the chest. The coin shattered, and Mark's Cornish chest shield formed around him. Mark had morphed into the red Cornish Ranger. The red Cornish Ranger stood there before the 7 mutants, who looked at him with awe and wonder. The red Cornish Ranger ran past them with his sword and started slicing down the putties with ease. He blocked an attack and then kicked one. He then cut down another one. He grabbed one and smacked it in the head with the butt end of his sword a couple times before he beheaded it with his blade. The 7 mutants stood there for a moment, completely confused, when suddenly the 4 mutants for hire had a beeping noise coming from their communicating links in their ear. Boys, how's it going? Mr. Pocket asked in their ear.
Boss, we have found something. I mean, well, more like someone.
One up said as he pressed his communication link. Dad, we found a guy who might know what these things are or where they came from. We're kind of confused, Arclos explained as they carried on watching the Red Cornish Ranger beat up a group of putties. Bring him to the warehouse, Arclos, Mr. Pocket ordered. Got it, Dad, Arclos nodded in response.
Dude, you have a warehouse?
Thunderstruck ass shot.
We are tagging along,
Gambit told them. Sure, more the merrier, I guess, Arclos shrugged.
Let's get this over with,
Sabretooth growled. Then the 7 mutants walked up to Red Cornish Ranger, who backflipped off a car and sliced a putty as he landed. He threw his foot back, kicking one behind him. Dude, Mark, we need you to come with us now, Arclos told the Red Cornish Ranger.
Alright, I understand. I have some explaining to do, and you guys seem like good people.
The Red Cornish Ranger agreed. The 7 mutants ran away from the mayhem, leading the Red Cornish Ranger to Mr. Pocket's warehouse.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Felicity Hart. This is breaking news. It is not portals dropping meteor rocks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is blobs of grey trouble. It's everywhere. It's all over the world. We're having news reports coming in from absolutely everywhere. These are not meteor rocks. Please hear me when I say this. Stay indoors. These are grey beings. It's like they're aliens and they've come here and they're fighting and there's just trouble everywhere. And guys, I just need you to stay home and I need you to stay safe. We're going to break more and more of this story to you when and if we can, but I just need you to stay home and stay safe. Guys, I don't know what's happening. but I think this is World War III.
The 7 mutants and Mark arrived at the warehouse. It was an all-white building with boxes and technology all over the place. Mr. Pocket was stood there by a big metal technological circle. "Dad, that's a boom tube," Oclo said in shock as they approached Mr. Pocket. Mr. Pocket walked up to his son and hugged him. He then hugged the other 3 boys as well. "I'm glad my boys are safe," Mr. Pocket told them.
It wasn't easy.
One up sighed.
There's still a lot of chaos in this city.
Cardio admitted, "I'm afraid it's not just the city. It's all over the world." Mr. Pocket sighed.
That is a lot of those clay things.
Gambit chimed in. "I see we brought help," Mr. Pocket said, looking at the mutants for hire.
They helped us, boss. We kinda owe 'em one.
Thunderstruck told them.
I think I can explain what we are up against.
The Red Cornish Ranger said. He then demorphed and then held out his hand. "So this is the Ranger Oclos told me about. Thank you for helping out my boys," Mr. Pocket said, and then shook Mark's hand.
They helped me first. I was only returning the favour.
Mark said awkwardly. "I think comparing notes here is a good idea," Mr. Pocket grinned.
Yes, I shall brief the teams on the putties and where they came from.
Mark nodded. "Ah, yes, good plan, but first let me bring in the rest of the team. Whilst you boys have been busy, I've been gathering everyone," Mr. Pocket explained. Then he walked over to his computer and typed away.
What, you want to bring the X-Men in?
Pyro mocked.
Easy, Fireboy.
Gambit hissed. Dad, what do you mean by the rest of the team?" Oclos asked. Then the boom tube erupted with activity. The machine spoke as it called out everyone's names as people started walking through.
005 Nightwing. 006 Robin. 007 Iron Butler. 008 Black Canary. 009 Arsenal. 010 Hawkeye. 011 Arkham. 012 Dr. Dead. 013 Bane. 014 Scarecrow. 015 Red Lantern. 016 Orange Lantern. 017 Ghost Rider. 018 Doctor Strange. 019 Doctor Fate. 020 Doctor Fury. 021 Julian Long. 022 Spider-Man. 023 Vixen. 024 Captain Cold. 025 Venom. 026 Moon Knight. 029 Soma Noir. 030 Isaac Samuel Payne. Everyone stood there in the warehouse.
Guess I got some explaining to do.
Mark said awkwardly. Then he sat down on a chair and explained his story, his mission, where these putties came from, to the room filled with heroes, villains, and people who were just simply trying to help.
On a dark, grey world, a portal opened, and Mark jumped out, stepping into a puddle. Ah, man, that's just nasty. Oh. A shock came from his pocket. He pulled out his morpher, which was sparking. What's wrong with this? Whoa! Suddenly, he morphed into the red Cornish Ranger. What? I didn't even press the button. Power down! Nothing happened. This can't be good. Power down! I said power down! He returned to civilian form, clutching his morpher. I got a bad feeling. I should head home, get this thing checked. He got out his dimension jumper and pressed the button to open a portal to Universe 20. But nothing. Not good. Why is this? Hang on. This place. It feels different. Like it's disconnected. Mark thought for a moment. That's it. I can't sense the morphing grid. Such a normal feeling. I didn't recognize what it means. I definitely need to get out of here. Okay, so both my morpher and jumper run on grid energy. And the morpher has some power. Let's try... He popped a panel on the back of the jumper open and pulled his coin out and placed it in the opening. Wes did say my coin can jumpstart this thing, but for one jump. Better make it count. He punched in the coordinates for Universe 20 and got ready to cry his morphing cry. Right, Colonel... With a blow to the back of his head, Mark was knocked out cold. Mark woke up, his head sore. What the hell hit me?
I did,
said a woman with brown hair. Well, I prefer to be introduced before being knocked out, said Mark.
Sorry, but I saw what you was about to do. You was gonna morph. I'm guessing you're not from Earth. If you was, you'd know that's not a good idea. I'm Jess, by the way.
Hi, Jess. I'm Mark, and where I'm from is complicated. But yes, you're right. I don't know this place. What would have happened? Mark asked, getting up. He saw his morpher and jumper on the table and picked them up. As Jess didn't stop him, he assumed he wasn't a prisoner.
Putties,
she said. Putties? You mean those goblin things Rita and Zed had?
Yeah, that's them. Well, Rita captured and copied Billy's mind into a putty. It made him super intelligent. The Putty Supreme. It took over everything. Killed the Rangers and Rita and Zed. All of them,
said Jess. And why is morphine bad? Asked Mark.
They can sense the morphine energy. The reason they're dormant is because they absorbed it all. If they sense you have morphine energy, they'll come for you. Come for your energy.
Unfortunately, this device, namely this one, Mark showed her the dimension jumper, needs grid energy to run. When you knocked me out, I was actually trying to jumpstart it with my power coin, which has some power in it.
What does it do?
Asked Jess. Well, you said you thought I wasn't from Earth. Well, I am, just not this one. I'm from an Earth where none of this happened, Mark explained.
Another Earth? Like different dimension?
Said Jess, a strange look in her eye.
Could you take me there? There's nothing keeping me here.
Mark looked at her. For some reason, he had reservations about her. He couldn't put his finger on it. Well, first, we need to open a portal. And if you're right about the putties, we won't have much time. Is there a open field or something, nice and open, we could jump from?
Yeah, not far from here. Let's go,
she said, very eagerly. They headed out and walked to what looked like a car park. Mark looked around. He didn't notice when he arrived. The clay, dripping from the buildings, lampposts. Even the puddle he stepped in must have been clay liquid. This will do, said Mark. Right, get ready. We just need to... Everything went dark all of a sudden. Next minute, Mark woke up in some kind of cell with a banging headache. Remind me to leave a review on Dimension Reddit. 2 knockouts of, I hope, 2. Jess was in the same cell with him. What happened? Mark asked.
Them.
Jess pointed. On the other side of the bars were 2 putties, standing guard. As Mark got up, another, even bigger putty walked in. This one was different. Still grey, but had a humanish face and glasses. The Putty Supreme, I'm guessing, said Mark.
What gave it away?
Said the putty. Oh, the creepy-looking Billy face. I've seen his face in pictures. He had an honest face, kind, as well as intelligent. Who knew someone could corrupt it so much? Said Mark. The Putty Supreme smiled and walked into the cell. He didn't open it. He just oozed between the bars and grabbed Mark.
Now, tell me how you got here. Tell me where the grid energy is. I must have it. Tell me how to get to different Earths.
Not a chance, Mark said. The putty dropped him. See, I don't need massive grid energy. Just enough to blow a hole in that wall, said Mark, with a smile. Then he pulled a Dino Blaster out from nowhere and fired, knocking the Putty Supreme back. He grabbed Jess's hand. With his other, he set the Dino Blaster to overcharge and threw it against the wall and ducked. The blaster exploded, leaving a hole in the wall. Come on, said Mark. They jumped out and ran for it. Right, Jess, we just need to run from them. Why's your hand feeling funny? Mark turned to see Jess oozing and melting. What the hell? Said Mark.
She's like all on this world. She is a putty. She is an experiment that I lost interest in,
said the Putty Supreme. That's how you knew, isn't it? From her?
Yes.
Mark saw an opening. Kicking the Putty Supreme, Mark jumped over the rest of the putties and ran, holding out the Dimension Jumper. Come on, damn it! Come on, work! He said, pushing buttons. It sparked. Then, remembering, Konobis Vicken! With a blast, the portal opened and Mark jumped in, shooting through the dimensional tunnel and flying out the other end. Okay. Wait. Okay. That can't be good. Mark looked at the portal he just came out. It's still open. Why is it still open? Then 2 arms pushed through, grabbing the side of the portal and ripping it open. Mark could clearly see the putty world on the other side. This isn't good, said Mark, as the putties poured through the rip.
Mark finished explaining his tale, then took a deep breath as everyone in the room looked at him, some dumbfounded, some in awe. Thank you, Mark, for explaining your story with us. Mr. Pocket nodded, then he turned to the room.
Alright, boss. Now what?
Thunderstruck asked. Now we must make a plan of attack, Mr. Pocket told everyone.
What's the plan, boss? Have all of us work together or what?
One-Up snapped. He threw a glare at Nightwing and his crew.
Got a problem with us being here, do we?
Arsenal growled at One-Up.
Maybe I do?
One-Up barked, clicking his knuckles.
Roy, pack it in. The Mutants for Hire aided us once. We can work with them again.
Nightwing said, placing his hand on Arsenal's shoulder. Arsenal looked at Nightwing and nodded.
One-Up has a point, boss. There's a lot of suits in here.
Thunderstruck muttered.
Says the mutant with a lot of backup.
The Red Lantern barked, looking over the mutant for hire boys Gambit, Sabretooth, and Pyro.
Don't get me involved, girl.
Sabretooth growled at her. Hang on, why have we got supervillains here? Robin barked. Hey, watch your tongue, Captain Cold threatened. Everyone stop! There are no labels here or factions. We need to band together and destroy that putty world that threatens our own. As of now, we have one team and one goal, Mr. Pocket yelled. Everyone looked at one another and sighed, looked rather awkward, and then nodded in agreement.
If I may step in, us Power Rangers usually have a team. I once had a team. And we worked together, no matter what differences we had, or what happens off the battlefield. We did everything to defend Earth. And sometimes, it wasn't our Earth.
Mark said.
I say we try it out. If we fail, then we stand up and try again.
Gambit muttered. Mr. Pocket walked over to his 4 boys. Boys, please, I say this now. I don't usually trust superheroes myself, but right now we need every single person in this room, including yourselves, Mr. Pocket said gently.
We get it, boss. We'll play nice.
Cardio muttered.
Yeah, sure thing, boss.
One Up said. We got this, Dad. Close sighed.
We can make this work. For now.
Thunderstruck said, glaring at the heroes in the room. Okay, good lads, Mr. Pocket said, with a smile. Then he walked towards the desk and pressed a few keys, and suddenly a huge holographic screen projected above everyone for all to see. Okay, so we have a planet who's projecting portals. Only thing is, they are very unstable. Good enough for putties to fall through, of course, being made of enhanced clay and all, but not good for human beings and the such, people made of flesh and bone. It wouldn't work, Mr. Pocket explained. A showing of the portals all over the world was on the holographic screen. So we make a portal for us? Spider-Man questioned. Correct! We build a device, open our own portal, and we destroy the Putty Supreme, Mr. Pocket replied.
And how the hell do we do that?
Pyro asked sarcastically. We build it with the aid of the city of Atlantis and Wakanda, Mr. Pocket told him. You cannot be serious. The kings will not help us, Doctor Strange told them. Well, they will once we aid them. They have too are gonna have putty invasions, Mr. Pocket told him.
Kelder will be one tough nut to crack,
Nightwing noted.
Hasn't Wakanda also hidden themselves away?
Alfred asked. Yes, I admit there is a lot at stake here, and it'll take some time, but we must try at least, Mr. Pocket said.
What about the people, the helpless, the defenseless? They are everywhere?
Vixen asked. I have that covered as well, Mr. Pocket said with a snap of his fingers. He pressed a few more keys and the screen revealed a gigantic set of helicarriers. These were gifted to me by the one and only Nick Fury. I have deployed them across the world. They are 10 times bigger than the original helicarriers, and with the help of the United Nations and the militaries, we have started boarding civilians onto them. They are built to house the civilians of Earth for a while, Mr. Pocket explained. Alright, Pocket, break it down for us bit by bit, Isaac said.
If you will, Mr. Pocket, I can aid you here.
Alfred offered and sat down at the computer and started typing. Thank you, Alfred. Okay, so here we go. Mr. Pocket started as Alfred typed away, the screen changing as he spoke. So I will split you guys into groups. Here we have Group 1, who will go to Atlantis and aid the underwater city and ask the king for his aid. We need the Atlantean reactor technology. Another will go to Wakanda and aid them. You'll ask for the king's aid and of course their use of vibranium. Then the Group 3 will be the heavy hitters, on the ground, jumping from city to city, wiping out the bigger groups of putties, aiding the militaries of the world and securing the transports to the helicarriers. Smaller vessels, so to speak. They'll be in the heat most of the time. Mr. Pocket explained his plan.
And how do you propose to do that, Pocket?
Arkham asked him. It is simple. We as a collective do know a few individuals who can aid us in the fight on the ground. We need everyone at this point. Everyone in this room here is who I brought in. I either helped you guys or I know you. You guys might know other people who can aid us, though. Whilst we build the portal device and send our assault to that planet, we must hope that Wakanda Atlantis do aid us. Everyone needs to aid us, Mr. Pocket said with a sigh. Okay, where do we start, Dad? Oculus asked. Well, I was hoping to start with Alfred and get your assistant AI running and connected to everyone. That'd be a good start. We'll have some time for everyone to round up some people. Boys, you know of some rogue mutants that can help us. Nightwing, you also know of some aid. Once the AI is connected to everyone, I'll start building the teams, Mr. Pocket said. Question for, how we gonna build a portal? Julian asked him. Well, we have the use of Atlantean reactor and the vibranium, and we build a boon-tune-like device. I've modeled it after Mark's teleporter device there that he has, and it should open a stable portal for us to go through, Mr. Pocket explained awkwardly. Pocket, I hate to say this, but that would require a massive amount of power, Spider-Man butted in. I know. Unlucky for us, we have 2 of the Infinity Stones in this room, and I know of a third one. It is coming to our aid now, Mr. Pocket told him. Everyone looked around awkwardly, gazing at each other, trying to figure out who had one of the Infinity Stones.
Enter my glory and behold my power.
Dr. Dead jumped out and pulled the time stone from around his neck.
And I have this,
Soma said, breaking his silence, holding out his dual disc with the reality stone fused to it. Oh, great, well that's that, Robin said, rolling his eyes. Okay, guys. Do your stuff. Alfred, if you mind. Staying around. Nightwing, my boys, good luck. And in the meantime, prepare yourselves for Atlantis and Wakanda, Mr. Pocket explained. Nightwing walked up to Mr. Pocket.
I'm confused. Who you think I know who can help?
Nightwing stated. You're not confused, Dick. You know exactly who can help, Mr. Pocket said without even looking at him. Then suddenly, it dawned upon Nightwing who Mr. Pocket was on about.
Oh, come on, man. That's unfair.
Nightwing whined.
Hey, I know you've been enjoying what you're listening to. Please insert name of show here. And if you've been enjoying that, come on over to the Zero to Hero podcast, where Billy and myself, the Balkan School of Podcasting, go through and examine all kinds of things like 90s nostalgia, the moon landings, historical plots, assassination attempts, and, weirdly enough, genetics. Come on over to the Zero to Hero podcast if you want to talk about weird things.
Nightwing and Robin rode on the Batcycle and rode up to the big gates to the House of the Dragon, the house of Ra's al Ghul. Nightwing and Robin climbed off the bike and walked up to the gigantic set of double doors.
I don't know why I have to do this,
Nightwing complained, especially because you told him to go F himself and then never talked to you again. Robin chuckled.
You are not meant to enjoy this,
Nightwing snapped. I'm sorry, but this is so gold. Robin laughed. Suddenly, a row of assassins appeared on top of the wall. All of them aimed their bows with flaming arrows. In the center of the row of archers was Ra's al Ghul himself. Hello, Dick Grayson. Why'd you approach my house? Raj called out.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't necessary,
Nightwing called up to him. I'm assuming you're talking about the grey clay things falling out of the sky? Ra's asked.
I am. They are called putties,
Nightwing replied. My league handled these putties very well. Why would I need you? Ra's asked bluntly.
It is not you who needs me. It is the world who needs you. You have an extremely well-trained army, and the world is at stake here.
Nightwing told him, "You make me laugh, Dick, but I do want to see this world burn. My father worked hard to protect this planet, so shall I." Ray sighed.
Do not bring Bruce into this.
Nightwing barked, with a hint of venom. Now, Dick, as the blood son of Batman, I have a right to mention him. You want my help? Then fine. Let me see how the last year has treated you. I want to test the next new Robin as well. Race growled. Yo, what did I do? Robin yelled.
Let's just get this done. Keep close. Keep your eyes on them. I know Damien, and he's a sneaky bastard.
Nightwing demanded as he pulled out his extrema sticks off his back. Yeah, I got it. Robin nodded. I give you 4 members of my league. The best of the best. My trusted generals, so to speak. Raj explained. Then the 4 assassins jumped off the wall and slid down the ledge. As the archers withdrew their arrows, the first general landed in front of the duo. His robe was sleeveless, and he has a razor-rimmed hat on. I give you Kane Lau, the best martial artist under my ranks, Raj called out. Kane Lau ran at Nightwing. He threw several jabs in a flurry succession, multiple strikes hitting Nightwing. He managed to block the first couple of hits, but could not keep up. He was eventually hit in the chest and face, but forced to take a few steps back. The second general pulled a bow off his shoulder and drew an arrow from his quiver and took aim. His hair was long and in a ponytail, which blew in the wind. He released his arrow and threw at Robin. Robin jumped back and the arrow struck the ground. Then the archer jumped off the wall that he hung off, and Robin noticed his bow was different to the others. This is Hanzori Shimada. His clan is known for their connection to the spirit realm, and they are well-known ninjas, Raz explained. Hanzori fired another arrow, then another. Robin pulled out a couple of batarangs and threw them, and they collided with the arrows. Then Hanzori shot an arrow which Robin rolled forward and dodged the attack. Dude, I hang out with archers on a daily basis. You missed, Robin cheered. Then the arrow hit the tree behind him and shattered into several neon blue darts, which bolted back towards Robin. Robin turned around and ducked and rolled and blocked some of the incoming attacks, but one managed to catch him in the leg. He grunted and fell to the floor. Then Hanzori strapped his bow across his torso, then ran at Robin and kicked Robin in the face, making him roll backwards. He managed to stagger to his feet, then blocked the next strike. Then Robin fired his grapple hook, which struck Hanzori's chest. He pulled Hanzori in, jumped up, raised his other knee, and smacked Hanzori in the face. Kane Lau was in a tough spot with Nightwing. For every 5 to 6 strikes, he was only able to land 1. Nightwing activated the electrocutional mode on his extrema sticks and slammed them into Kane Lau's chest. Then Kane Lau took off his hat, swung it around. The rimmed blade caught Nightwing's face. Blood dripped from his cheek as he dabbed his face and examined the blood.
Nice hat,
Nightwing growled. Then he swung his sticks at Kane Lau. Then he threw his foot out and jumped back to create some distance. Kane Lau then threw the hat, and it spun through the air and flew at Nightwing. He looked at the spinning hat flying at him in awe. He jumped up and flipped over it. Then he threw his gaze at Kane Lau, but Kane Lau was not there. He felt a warm light from behind him. He turned around to see Kane Lau. Suddenly behind him, his razor-rimmed hat suddenly on his head. Kane Lau jumped up and kicked Nightwing. Then the third general started scaling down and jumped off and landed on the ground safely. He threw his hood up and ran into the shadows. The fourth general also jumped down and landed on the ground safely as well. He was clearly the most muscular out the 4. He pulled out a single-headed axe from the clasp on his back. It was silver and the handle was dark oak, brown, covered in runes and symbols. He grasped the axe tightly and the blade started glowing a misty sky blue. He then ran at Nightwing and swung the axe hard. Nightwing clocked him, jumped back, and the axe hit the floor, the ice forming around from the impact. Meet my 4th general. I call him Judge. He wields the Leviathan axe, made by those foolish Norse gods, Raj explained. Judge swung his axe, skimming Nightwing's legs. Robin jumped up and swung a kick at Hanzori, then spun around and swung another kick. Hanzori blocked both attacks, but Robin managed to push him back enough to run off to Nightwing's aid. When suddenly someone landed in front of him It was the hooded general. He grabbed Robin, spun him round, and with a flick of his wrist, a blade popped out from his forearm, and he held the tip of the blade to Robin's throat. Robin was defenseless. Nightwing blocked an attack from Kane Lau, then ducked as Kane Lau swung his hat. Then Nightwing rolled to one side as Judge swung his axe as it collided into the ground. More small ice particles were formed. Then suddenly Raj clicked his fingers, and the 4 generals all stopped. They retracted their weapons and jumped back up, scaling up the gate and landing next to their leader. "It is amusing to watch you sweat," Raj chuckled. Then Raj jumped off the wall himself, his cape leaving him landing on the edge of the wall as he landed in front of Nightwing and Robin, who regrouped. "You have the aid of the League of Assassins," Raj said sternly.
Thank you. You will need this.
Nightwing said, handing him a communication link. "Thank you, Dick. Father would want me to aid you and lend the world my resources. I'm doing this in his name," Roz said, taking it and putting it in his ear.
It's been a year and you haven't even grown a bit.
Nightwing chuckled. "At least I don't look as old as you," Roz mocked. "Nice to meet you. Robin," Robin said, holding out his hand. "Alex Andrew Jr. Yes, I'm aware," Raj said bluntly. Robin looked at him stunned. "I used to be a Robin. You don't think I'm not going to keep an eye on the new one?" Raj asked. "Yeah, good point," Robin replied awkwardly. "So these putty things falling from the sky. A spell, a new universe, or what?" Raj asked.
Different universe, and we have a plan to stop it.
Nightwing said. "Where do you need us?" Raj asked him. "One of the battlefields in the heat of the fight. Whilst the military starts filling up these transport vehicles that is going to head to these bigger transport vehicles, your league and some of the others will be fighting the invasion head on," Robin explained. "I believe a code of secrecy will work here. I shall be your ace card. Just point us in the right direction." Raj grinned.
This doesn't change anything. You know that, right?
Nightwing told him bluntly. "Obviously," Ra said sarcastically. Suddenly their communications started beeping. Robin and Nightwing pressed their links.
Thanks, Alfred. We'll head to the collection point now.
Nightwing replied. Then Nightwing turned to Roz one more time.
We will see you on the battlefield. Do not disappoint.
Nightwing barked. "As always, the famous Dick Grayson has to be a jerk." Raj chuckled. Both Nightwing and Robin both climbed onto the Batcycle and sped off and headed to the collection point. Cardio sneaked into the basement to a closed-down shop. There he found a bunch of medical equipment and a girl laid on a bed. Her name was Ember, and she was a mutant, who was altered by her mutation gene, making sections of her skin formed into scales. She also grew wings and a large tail. She also had horns on her head, and she grew the ability to breathe fire. She kind of resembled a dragon. Cardio had spent the last couple of years trying to reverse or aid the process, or try to at least hide it, so she can not scare so many people. Hence why she hid it away in a basement to a closed-down shop.
"Hey, Cardio!"
Ember muttered. She rolled over and sat up.
"Hey, how's you?"
Cardio asked.
"Good, thanks. Here with another test shot?"
Ember asked him.
"Actually, no. I kinda need you for something."
Cardio sighed.
"What do you mean?"
Ember asked, confused.
"There's something bad going on, and there are people that need saving. I need your help. Your special talents will be useful."
Cardio explained.
"I have heard a lot of comments up top. What is happening?"
Ember asked.
"We are being invaded."
Cardio muttered awkwardly.
"Count me in."
Ember cheered. She then stood up, and the harness around her torso snapped off as her wings and tail extended from her. Her red scaly skin around her arms and legs and her cheeks started shimmering with heat.
"Good. Now let's go."
Cardio grinned. Then he led her outside for the first time in a few weeks. Gambit and Ocklos walked up several flights of stairs and stopped at a big red door.
So, who are these guys?
Gambit asked. "One is Hoopagoba technology, And his girl has, like, hectic kinetic powers, they explode or something. Oh, I don't know. Oculus explained.
And they will help us because?
Gambit replied. He owes the mutants for hire, one from, like, a couple months back. He didn't quite have enough money, so we basically said that he owes us. Oculus told him. Oculus knocked on the door, then it slid open, and a punk rock looking girl stood before them. "What's up, Oculus?" the girl asked. "Wildfire, how's business?" Oculus asked with a grin. "Yeah, not too bad," she replied. Then Wildfire clocked Gambit and her mouth dropped open. "Holy crap, you're Gambit, as in the Gambit," she choked.
One and only. Always a pleasure to meet a fan.
Gambit grinned with a slight bow. Yeah. Hiya. Oculus, he's in the office," Wildfire muttered, still in shock. She led both of them into the office room where another guy sat there with his eyes closed and his hands were on the keyboard. Oculus and Gambit looked at the computer screen and the Word document on the screen was typing itself.
Well now, that is handy,
Gambit said, rather impressed. The boy opened his eyes and clocked Gambit and Oculus. "Yo, what's going on, Oculus?" Hardwire asked. "Yo, Hardwire, how's things? We need a high-profile access safety protocol coding system for a portal device. And we need it secure, and we need it 4 days ago," Oculus explained. "Damn, man, that's a tall order. Guessing this has to do with those strange things falling out the sky?" Hardwire asked.
I'm afraid it does,
Gambit told him. "I have had to burn a few of them," Wildfire proclaimed. "Actually, you might come in handy, girl," Oculus said to her. "You can help, you should go," Hardwire told her. "Gladly," Wildfire grinned. "I'll text you the coordinates and you can start on the coding system. Dad is building a device that is jumping universes. We don't need anyone hacking this thing," Oculus demanded. He then tapped on Gambit's shoulder and gestured him to follow him out the door.
My lady, kind sir, thank you again, and I shall see you guys soon,
Gambit said with a bow. Then he followed Oculus. Wildfire closed the door behind them and walked over to Hardwire. "That was Gambit. As in the Gambit," Hardwire said to Wildfire. "Yep, that was Big Brother Dearest," Wildfire sighed. "You could have said something, you know," Hardwire told her. "Too soon. Let's save the world first, and then I will," Wildfire told him. Hardwire nodded, then got on with the coding security system for Oculus, not before Wildfire gave him a quick kiss. One-Up waited in the alleyway, and waited, until finally a man in a suit walked up to him.
Took you long enough.
One-Up snapped. The bodyguard's skin started rippling with small white hexagons, and the man shifted into Jessica.
Sorry, Dad. Security is insane. You're lucky I got out of there.
Jessica sighed.
I need you for something. It's a dangerous mission.
One-Up told her.
Count me in. I've been practicing my martial arts, too.
Jessica grinned at him. He leaned in and kissed her. She placed her hands on his cheek and kissed him back.
If the world doesn't end, you want to grab a bite to eat?
One-Up asked.
I will do it, even if the world ends.
Jessica smiled. One-Up then scanned both entrances to the alleyway. Jessica shifted back into her bodyguard form, and both of them started walking out of the alleyway to the collection point.
Are you looking for a new holiday destination? Then look no further than Ranger Travels. Here at Ranger Travels, we will take you to the most exotic places on one continent. Take Angel Grove, for example. Want to ski? Then take a trip to our frozen wasteland. Fancy a desert walk? Then visit our Sahara area. And are you a budding volcanologist? Then check out our active volcano. It erupts quite regularly. Book your new adventure with Ranger Travels. Ranger Travels is not responsible for destruction of property while on your holiday. If there is a monster attack, Rangers will respond. T's and C's apply.
Everyone had returned and grouped up. 3 massive Quinjets sat in the hangar of the massive warehouse. Alright guys, I have separated you into 3 teams. Team 1, you're going to Wakanda. The city is under attack and they need help. In return, they have offered us vibranium, a good substance we will need for the portal device. Team 2 goes to Atlantis. Same thing applies. We need that technology as well, to harness the power of Mark's portal device in a much bigger scale. The Team 3, you'll be on crowd control and making sure that everyone is safe. A lot of the places have been boarded up and defended, but not everything has been completely evacuated. You need to help those on both cases. Wipe out the bigger group of those putties as well. I've synced Mark Teleporter to all 3 teams so he can help out as much as he can. Also, everyone's on the same comm wavelength, Mr. Pocket explained to the whole team.
I like that you kept most of us villains on one team.
Bane chuckled.
Trust me, I would rather not be your babysitter.
Black Canary moaned. I've never been to Atlantis, Captain Cold muttered. Dad, is it wise to separate us? Oculus asked. For now, yes, but don't worry, this is just one step of the plan, Mr. Pocket told his son.
Oh, I cannot believe we get to go to Africa.
Vixen cheered. I know, this is insane. I'm going to Atlantis, Spider-Man said. Nightwing then walked up next to Gambit.
So, let's not have this end up with us fighting again, yeah?
Nightwing muttered to Gambit.
Oh, please. I won that last fight fair and square.
Gambit replied with a sneer.
After the world is saved, or when it's torn to pieces, I want a rematch.
Nightwing growled.
Oh, it is, Bird Boy, and I promise I will so kick your ass.
Gambit muttered back. Everyone boarded the Quinjets and they took off, and each one headed to a different location.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is no time for formal introductions at the beginning of our show today. I'm telling you, you all have to get somewhere safe. There are putties falling from the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, those things you see, oh my god, that is the portals. We don't even know where they're coming from. We do not know where they're going, but they are causing destruction. Ladies and gentlemen, there are people around to help you. There's plenty of superheroes around, and also there's the helicarriers. You need to get yourself somewhere safe. You need to go there. Oh my god, a bulldozer is over outside the window!
The first team was headed to Africa. They hovered over an invisible dome, which had been cracked, and several putties had broken into. There was a pile of putties trying to claw their way through the protective dome. The Quinjet hovered over the hidden city of Wakanda. The team consisted of Gambit, Vixen, Dr. Dead, Arkham, Kit, the host of Ghost Rider, Dr. Fate, One-Up, Sabretooth, Isaac the Keyblade Wielder, and Oculus. This is a big dome, Oculus gasped.
It is a big city. Trust me.
Gambit replied.
Wait, you've been here before?
Vixen asked him.
Yes, I have. Before Union Day, of course.
Gambit explained.
We better get that vibranium.
One-Up barked.
Never liked those panther posers.
Dr. Dead moaned. Suddenly a hologram appeared in the centre of the hangar bay. Everyone gathered round, and the hologram was of the Black Panther. Hello, comrades. Thank you for turning up, Black Panther said.
Of course, Your Honor. We are here to lend a hand.
Gambit told the hologram. Ah, Gambit. You were friends with the late King T'Challa, Black Panther said.
I was, yes. He was a great man, hero, and king.
Gambit replied. He was. Now our problem is we need to lower the barrier so our civilians can leave to a hidden location for safety. But we will be left wide open for attack, Black Panther told them.
Open the barrier. We will give you a diversion.
Gambit told the king.
We can jump down and surprise them.
Vixen suggested. Sounds good, Oculus nodded.
All this chit-chat is boring me. Wake me up when something fun happens.
Sabretooth growled as he slumped into his chair. Black Panther turned his attention from Sabretooth back to Gambit. Okay, I trust your leadership, Gambit. Wait for the barrier to open, then commit to your assault. Then I can get my people to safety. Once Wakanda is safe from their grip, only then will I give you your vibranium, Black Panther told him.
We understand,
Gambit replied. The hologram cut off, and the hangar doors opened. A blast of wind filled the room and chilled everybody. Okay, guys, wait for the barrier to drop, and then we drop, Ocklo said.
We must proceed with caution and make every move count,
Arkham told everyone.
Alright, big guy. Time to dance once again. Come on. Come on.
Kit Bart. The barrier then deactivated and Wakanda came into view properly. The vast, beautiful city was suddenly ransacked with piles of putties that now poured into the city and filled the streets. That's our signal, Ocklos called out.
I will go first. Follow my lead.
One up Bart, then he jumped out of the Quinjet and he fell. A set of stories falling and then hit the ground hard. He jumped up and punched a putty in the face, sending it flying back. Then a few Wakandan soldiers and the Dojo Milaje walked up to him, ready themselves for battle. Hello, and thank you for your help, one soldier said.
No problem. Hey, can I see your spear for a second? I just need to borrow it for a little bit.
One up asked. Sure. It is just a normal vibranium spear, though, the soldier replied.
Now that is what I'm hoping for.
One up chuckled. He touched the vibranium spear and his skin became vibranium. He sat there chuckling.
Now that is better.
One up grinned. Then he charged into a group of putties, colliding into them and started throwing his fists and throwing putties around. Vixen grabbed onto Arkham and pressed her amulet and the spirit of the Falcon wrapped around them. Then she took flight holding onto Arkham as she flew down to the battlefield, dropping him onto the floor.
Thank you, Vixen. Very kind of you.
Arkham told her. She nodded in response and then flew off and joined the battle, as did Arkham. On the Quinjet, Dr. Fate prepared his spell to catch Dr. Dead and Isaac. Are you sure about this? Isaac asked, concerned. My spell will protect you, Dr. Fate replied. Oh, please. You're no doctor, just a jazz dancer with a light show and magical effects. Dr. Dead chuckled. And what does that make you? Dr. Fate asked him.
Potatoes, mashed, fried, boiled, still potatoes, eh?
Dr. Dead grinned. Then Sabretooth jumped to his feet.
You can catch him, right?
Sabretooth asked Dr. Fate. Of course I can, Dr. Fate replied.
Good.
Sabretooth growled. Then he pushed Dr. Dead out of the Quinjet. He fell out with a high-pitched wail, leaving his voice a mixture of screaming and laughing echoed throughout the sky.
God, he's annoying.
Sabretooth grunted. Guess I'll see you guys on the other side, Isaac said awkwardly as he jumped out of the Quinjet. Dr. Fate floated after him and flew down. He flew past Isaac and Dr. Dead as he landed on the ground. With one hand, he wrote a symbol with his fingers and then made an explosion erupt from the ground, destroying several putties. With the other hand, he raised it up into the air and casted a spell which caught Isaac and Dr. Dead in mid-air, stopping them, and they floated gently to the ground. Isaac summoned his Keyblade and ran into the fight, and started slashing the putties down. Sabretooth landed on the ground on top of a putty, crushing it underneath him. He then jumped into another one and shredded the putty apart with his claws, roaring as he did. You pushed me! Dr. Dead screeched at him.
It was that, or rip your head off.
Sabretooth growled. Dr. Dead pulled out his revolver and knife. Then he pulled the trigger and a bullet ripped through the head of an attacking putty.
Stay away from me, kitty cat,
Dr. Dead said, pointing his knife at Sabretooth. Sabretooth just growled at the clown and slashed his claws into a putty, ripping it to pieces. Gambit landed and a massive explosion erupted from the ground as he hit the bow staff onto the floor. Putties flew up into the air. Both Sabretooth and Isaac jumped up and took the opportunity and started beating on the putties in midair. Isaac aimed his Keyblade into the sky. Thunderer! Isaac called out, and a blast of thunder struck the putties from the sky. Ocklos fell from the Quinjet, his eyes turned blue, and he became incorporeal and phased through the ground. He then popped back up, phasing back to normal, his eyes turned yellow, and he blurred around the city quickly. He started smacking into the putties and throwing them around. Kit jumped out of the Quinjet, and the Ghost Rider landed on the floor, machete in hand, its blade extremely hot. Then he started swinging the machete and slicing down the putties into pieces, the clay sizzling as his blade ripped through them. He then leaned forward and breathed a blast of fire. The amount of fire spewed through the battlefield, scorching several of the putties. One of the soldiers came riding in on a rhino. He hopped off and handed the reins to the Ghost Rider. "I believe you can use this," he said to the Ghost Rider.
Thanks.
Ghost Rider said to him. He hopped onto the rhino, and the rhino set ablaze, becoming his ride. Its horn now scorching hot, the rhino charged forward and rampaged its way through the bigger groups of putties. Arkham started smacking around some putties with his cane, sending some vibrational waves off of it. Isaac made his Keyblade transform into the yo-yo form and started swinging them around. Oclo shifted his eyes from yellow colour to a red colour, mixing his speed, then shifting into his super strength, allowing him to start some combos on the putties. Gambit spun his bow staff around, sending bursts of kinetic energy with each strike. Every couple of hits would then he'd throw a kinetically charged card at the putties as well. One-Up used his new vibranium skin to throw, crush, and obliterate groups of putties. Sabretooth bounced around, slashing and tearing apart putties with his teeth and claws. Ghost Rider swung his machete and used his new rhino ride to rip holes into putties. And he wielded his shotgun, blasting them to pieces. Dr. Fate cast spells, and 2 golden swords appeared. They floated around and swung by themselves, slicing up the putties apart. Vixen summoned the spirit of the bear, and used the strength to hit putties away. Then she summoned the spirit of the grasshopper. She launched herself into the air and crash-landed on several putties, crushing them under her feet. Dr. Dead jumped onto a putty and stabbed it with its knife several times before it fell to the floor. He then pulled out his necklace and used the time stone. As it started glowing, everything froze in place. Dr. Dead ran across the battlefield, placing sticky C4 explosives against the putties' bodies. Then he ran back to where he was, and then the time stone stopped glowing, and he tucked it away. Then he pressed the trigger button and several putties exploded on the spot, causing splash damage, destroying more putties. Suddenly, something big hit the ground. It caused a massive crater underneath it. It was a big creature, a brute of a monster. It was several putties merged together, almost like it was sewn together, mixed and mashed into 12-foot being, with several arms and legs and heads sticking out of its body. It was truly a horrifying sight. Isaac ran at the brute putty, swinging his yo-yos, but the brute caught the yo-yos and pulled Isaac in closer, then swung its big fist and smacked Isaac in the face, knocking him flying back. Dr. Fate summoned 2 portals. 2 demonic hands climbed out of both portals and grabbed the brute, but the mangled form pulled free. Its arm tore off, leaving it armless, but the putties that Gambit and One-Up were fighting stopped fighting the heroes, ran towards the brute, climbed up it, and then started melding to it, forming itself a new arm.
Screw this!
Sabretooth growled, then he bolted and scaled at the brute's body, pouncing upward, and then he landed on its shoulders. He then used his claws to slash the monster's throat, but nothing happened. The brute grabbed Sabretooth and slammed him into the ground. Gambit threw several kinetically charged cards, which hit it dead on, but it wasn't effective. One-Up and Oculos ran into the brute, slamming into it, making it stumble back. Then Dr. Dead grabbed a javelin from one of the dead Wakandan soldiers and threw it at the brute's chest.
Strike!
Dr. Dead called out. Ghost Rider jumped onto the brute and stared into its face.
Burn for your sins.
He roared, but nothing happened. Ghost Rider stabbed the brute with his flaming machete, but the brute just staggered back and the Ghost Rider jumped off. Vixen then charged in with the spirit of the rhino and charged into the brute, knocking it off its feet. The brute stood up ever so slowly, the machete falling out of it. One-Up jumped up and smacked in the face. Gambit then came in with a hit of the bow staff. Isaac returned the yo-yos back to their Keyblade form and swung the Keyblade, smacking the brute in the head. "This thing heals stupid fast," Isaac called out.
We have to keep them occupied.
Gambit yelled. Team 3 flew over Las Vegas. There was a helicarrier transport vehicle on one side of the street, ready to transport civilians up to the helicarriers. And on the other side was a bunch of SWAT soldiers shooting down a massive crowd of putties. With them was a small group of civilians. Team 3 consisted of Thunderstruck, the Red Lantern, the Orange Lantern, the Iron Butler, Bane, Scarecrow, Dr. Fury, Black Canary, Venom, Moon Knight, and Soma Noir.
Let's kick some ass.
Bane chuckled.
Let's find out what these things are scared of.
Scarecrow hissed. Black Canary leaned in to Thunderstruck and the Iron Butler.
We have to keep an eye on them. Their word means nothing.
Black Canary told them.
Agreed. Sometimes I wonder if Amanda Waller had a point.
The Iron Butler replied. The hangar door opened and the heroes and villains all jumped out and landed by the SWAT team. The Quinjet flew off, leaving the team by themselves. Bane pressed his gauntlet and his tubes filled with the venom serum. His muscles started popping with green veins. Then Bane ran into the huge crowd of putties and tackled some to the ground. Scarecrow planted one of his canisters on the floor and turned the valve. The canister started hissing, and then Scarecrow pulled out a small knife and stabbed the canister. It flew across the street like a bottle rocket, burying itself into the crowd of putties before it exploded. The green gas filled the area. The putties then started acting all strange and fighting each other.
Perfect.
Scarecrow chuckled. Soma Noir activated his dual disc. The reality stone was triggered and it started to glow. Soma's arm had red veins running up it. He pulled 5 cards out of his deck, looked at them, and placed one of the cards on his dual disc.
I play Elemental Hero Clayman in defense mode and Destiny Hero Diamond Dude in attack mode.
Soma called out. Soma's cards burst to life. Elemental Hero Clayman knelt down in front of the SWAT team, defending them and pushing back some of the putties. The SWAT team started using Clayman as cover. Destiny Hero Diamond Dude used his diamonds to rip through the putties. Moon Knight jumped over into the group and threw one of his crescent blades. It hit one of the putties in the chest. Moon Knight jumped up and kicked one of the putties in the head before he blocked an incoming attack. Then he kneed one in the face before sliding across the floor, tripping it over. Thunderstruck punched one of the putties, then suddenly the Red Lantern construct flew overhead in the shape of an axe, slicing a putty clean in half. Thunderstruck turned to see the Red Lantern floating beside him.
Thanks, I guess.
Thunderstruck muttered.
Where is he?
Red Lantern barked.
Already safe? On one of the helicarriers? You don't think I didn't do what I needed to make sure our son was safe?
Thunderstruck hissed at her.
I know, I'm sorry. I would have called, but...
The Red Lantern started as she showed off her Red Lantern ring. The Red Lantern held out her ring and a turret was formed and it opened fire on the group of putties, mowing them down. The Orange Lantern landed next to them and aimed his ring, and a massive alien worm construct with several rows of teeth exploded from the ground, throwing several putties in the air and eating them.
You okay?
The Orange Lantern asked the Red Lantern.
Stop talking to me!
The Red Lantern barked before she dived into the group whilst making a drill construct, which ripped through the putties. Venom threw his symbiote tendrils out and impaled several of the putties at once, and swung the putties around, smashing them into other putties. Venom then grabbed one and bit his head off.
You gotta stop doing that.
Venom choked. Black Canary rolled in and smacked the putty with several hits of her bow staff. Then she screamed and several putties dropped to the floor, holding their ears, and then exploded into lumps of clay. Venom also dropped to one knee as the symbiote shimmered in pain.
Stop it, it hurts.
Venom barked.
Whoops, my bad.
Black Canary said sarcastically. Dr. Fury held out her hand whilst muttering a spell, and a massive meteorite came falling from the sky, and it shattered into several pieces and crashed down on the group of putties. Iron Butler started guiding the civilians across the road to the transport. Iron Butler then put his shoulder turret into automatic mode so it can shred the hot lead into putties. As they came up close, the civilians all climbed aboard and the Iron Butler started aiming his wrist-mounted guns and started shooting down more putties.
The civilians are safe. Quinjet incoming. 10 minutes. Let us sort these things out and head to the next location.
The Iron Butler ordered. Soma's Diamond Dude was overrun by putties and he exploded into light. Soma felt a struck of pain in his arm as the life points went down. He placed another card in attack mode.
I hope you like playing with bubbles, because now I play Elemental Hero Bubble Man.
Soma called out. Bubble Man appeared and started attacking the putties.
Time to get serious.
Soma yelled as he drew another card and analysed it.
Time I play Polymerization and fuse both Elemental Hero Bubble Man and Elemental Hero Clayman together to form the Elemental Hero Mudball Man.
Soma grinned. Then the two heroes started glowing and fused into one. After a burst of light, Elemental Hero Mudball Man stood before the putties. The fusion monster rammed into the putties, squashing them under his massive body. Suddenly, something blurred past and smacked Black Canary, knocking her off her feet. Something moved with intense speed, hitting the Iron Butler as well, making him stagger back. Something else blurred and hit Thunderstruck, and hit him in the chest, then again and again and again, hitting his back, the back of his legs, and his shoulders. He grunted in pain, as his skin started to glow as the kinetic energy built up in his body. Then Thunderstruck noticed another something moving at intense speed, moving towards him. He slammed his fist on the ground and sent the kinetic energy through the ground, making whatever it was trip over. It crashed on the floor and its two friends sped up to it and aided it back to its feet. They were putties, but these were scrawny, lankier, ill-looking putties, like they hadn't eaten in ages, and they were vibrating at intense speeds.
They move fast.
Thunderstruck grunted. The red and orange lantern both blasted the speedster putties, but they moved out of the way. Iron Butler took to the sky and started raining bullets and energy blasts at the extremely fast putties, but they dodged the attacks. Dr. Fury aimed her hands out and a magical spell slowed them down. The orange lantern and red lantern blasted the putties, and Moon Knight jumped in with a kick to the chest as Venom grabbed one and slammed it into the ground. Bane then picked it up from Venom by the ankle and slammed it to the ground again and picked it up, raised it over his head, and then grabbed it by the waist and the neck and brought it down with all his strength, raising his knee up and smacking the putty over his knee. Suddenly, the Speedster Putties trio broke out of the slow speeding spell and became blurs once again, unfazed. Team 2 flew over the ocean, its Quinjet hovering over the water, where a big circle was placed, it rimming with energy.
Alright guys, this is a magical ring. Link to Atlantis. Jump through and you're there. Very simple.
Nightwing explained. Team 2 consisted of Nightwing, Robin, the new Captain Cold, Arsenal, Hawkeye, Doctor Strange, Pyro, Julian Long, Spider-Man, and Benevolent Cardio.
Everyone, keep close and don't stare at the Atlanteans. Some of them can be a little aquatic looking.
Arsenal told the team. Got it, Hawkeye nodded. Yo, dude, is this wise? Robin asked Nightwing.
I promise, it will be okay. Just need to be careful. The king has kept his distance from us since Union Day, but maybe this will bring us all closer together.
Nightwing told his apprentice. Yeah, okay. Robin nodded hesitantly. Then the hangar door opened, and one after the other they all jumped into the circle, which spat them out into a room of gold and white and blue. The team all looked around, and above them was a massive glass ceiling, with the ocean above them, fish life swimming and swarming around them. Suddenly, screams could be heard from across the corridor. The team all ran down the corridor and burst into a gigantic hall, where putties had started breaking the glass with all their might, and started breaking into the room. Massive amount of water started spilling into the room. Suddenly, Calder came into the room with some of his Atlantean guards. A former Aqualad was now the King of Atlantis. Hello, Nightwing. Thank you for your aid. We're in the middle of boarding civilians into transport vehicles, to get them to safety. Help us with these clay things. I'll grant you full access to whatever you need. from Atlantis, the king told him.
Hey, Kilder, and yeah, we got your back, man. Always.
Nightwing replied. Then the team started fighting off the putties. Calder led them outside and where the city of Atlantis was being attacked. Putties were on the glass dome, still hitting it, where their clay dome fists hitting the dome hard, making it cracked in places where water now started filling up the place. Putties had already broken in some areas and started climbing through.
Captain Cold, Spider-Man, Strange, handle the water. We have human civilians down here, and we can't rely on the idea that they have water-breathing gear. The rest of you, handle those putties.
Nightwing barked. Spider-Man shot up a web and pulled himself up into the air. He shot a web and hit a putty and pulled him closer to it and landed on the higher bridge and punched the putty into the air. He jumped up, smacked the putty a few times around before kicking it away. Doctor Strange floated up into the air and with his magic he froze the forever flowing water that was spilling in place. Then with a rotation of his hand, the water reverted out of the dome and stayed in place. Spider-Man jumped up and shot several web shots, sealing up the cracks. Captain Cold ran up a gold arch monument, making him in line with the waterfall. He aimed his cold gun and shot a blast, which hit the water, freezing it into solid ice. Then Captain Cold turned around to see two putties climbing up to him. He aimed his gun and made an ice slide. He slid down it and aimed his gun, blasting the two now confused putties, freezing them solid. They fell and hit the floor, shattering into pieces. Spider-Man shot a web and pulled a putty up into the air and smacked his foot across its face. Doctor Strange aimed his hand out and the crimson bands of Cytoruk burst forth and grabbed some of the putties, pulling them apart. Arsenal and Hawkeye ran through the city as they aimed their bows and shot at the surrounding putties. Arsenal aimed an arrow and fired it. It hit one of the putties with a surge of electricity bolting through it. The putty touched another putty and it shot it, and then suddenly a current of electricity started through the whole group of putties, electrocuting them all. Hawkeye aimed his arrow and shot it, and hit the putty in the head. It started to glow, then the putty exploded with a splash attack, hurting the other putties.
Explosive nanites. Clever thinking.
Arsenal chimed. Yeah, I know. Hawkeye chuckled. Suddenly they saw aquatic people with fins, flippers and gills cowering under the attack of the putties. Arsenal aimed his bow and shot an arrow in one of its heads, and it dropped dead. Hawkeye ran up to them. Go on, get going, come on, move! Hawkeye demanded. The older creature pulled the younger ones to their feet and ran off. Hawkeye aimed his arrow up and shot it up into the air, and it exploded into red light.
Lance, I gotta give it to you. Using flares as a communication system is pretty smart.
Arsenal told him. Thanks, Hawkeye grinned.
Kate, I mean, your mother would be very proud of you.
Arsenal said with a small smile. Hawkeye did not reply, just nodded, then they both started shooting arrows at more putties. Nightwing and Robin started fighting a group of putties that had managed to climb up to the palace. Nightwing smacked a few with his extremosticks, zapping them with each strike. He then ran up to one putty, jumped up and slammed into it, and made it slam into the ground. Then Robin shot his grapple hook and pulled the putty closer as it staggered forward. Robin backflipped, knocking the putty into the air. He then threw several explosive birdarangs into several more putties, making them explode. Cardio increased his heart rate and made his muscle mass increase, making him stronger. He smacked one putty flying back. Then he slowed his heart rate down. His heart rate then increased once again. This time he increased his strength of his skin, making it so nothing could penetrate his skin whatsoever. He ran into the group of putties that was terrorizing an elderly human, and he slammed into the putty and crushed it. He then kicked one in the head as he landed. He pulled out his chainsicle and slashed his way out of the group of putties, making sure he led the elderly person out of harm's way. Julian Long jumped up high. Dragon up! Julian barked, and suddenly flames wrapped around him, transforming him into the American Dragon. Who knew Atlantis was a real place? He muttered to himself. Then he flew down and breathed a blast of fire, scorching the group of putties. Pyro lit his flamethrower and aimed them. He blasted a few putties. Then he manipulated the fire so it flew into another group of them as well. He then increased the intensity of the flame so that the putties tried to walk through it, instantly turned into a pile of crisp clay, and would surely feel the heat. King Calder ran up to Nightwing. We've evacuated most of the city, but they're still wanting to get in. Calder told him.
Let's have a look.
Nightwing muttered. Calder and Nightwing looked out of one of the huge windows and saw some of the putties wearing black armor. They were dragging a huge slingshot-like catapult mechanical machine. One of them, plating putties, climbed in to the catapult. The other putty pressed the button and it shot the loaded putty at the main entrance door to Atlantis. The putty hit the door and exploded. The door shocked from the attack.
Are they built with explosives? They are turning themselves into ammunition.
Nightwing growled. Another putty was placed in the catapult and was fired at the door again. The door again once rattled against the impact. We have to stop them, King Calder barked. Several soldiers used their shields and weapons to push the door, securing it as a barricade. Another putty was shot and it hit the door and exploded on impact. The door shut heavily, which made the soldiers stagger backwards. Spider-Man landed next to Nightwing, clinging onto the balcony with his sticky fingers. Yo, boss, you got a plan? Spider-Man said to Nightwing.
Working on it!
Nightwing grunted.
Do you ever wonder what would happen if
you give a dad a podcast?
Hello, all my beautiful people.
Hey, Mom, I'm not going to college like we planned. I'm going to take a couple years off. I just gave all my college money to this professional wrestling promoter, and I'm going to be a big superstar one day.
I'm a human and I'm a chiropractor.
I wasn't about to call you dad, so.
I'm what you call a nerd fan.
And the Monos Chronicles, the new web series that I'm working on.
We inadvertently made that kid cry. We didn't mean to. I mean,
people get really mad at those videos for some reason. Like it triggers certain people. Yeah.
First tryout, made the team, made starting position. I was right guard for a little while.
Hey Jared, that swerve I was going to tell you about, here it is.
It's going to be from a nerdy dad's point of view.
You're starstruck. It's not a big deal, man.
I am starstruck.
I made a really good career out of being able to bump, sell, and I had a punch me face.
That's why they call it If You Give a Dad a Podcast.
Exactly. Available everywhere podcasts are found.
Mark teleported into Wakanda.
Sorry I'm late, guys.
Mark said. Then he noticed the brute putty fighting Sabretooth, Isaac, and One-Up.
Begging my pardon, but if you wouldn't mind putting on your tight spandex outfit and helping us out, please, that would be great.
Gambit sneered at Mark.
With pleasure.
Mark nodded.
It's morphin' time!
Mark called out. Mark held out his Cornish power morpher, and it popped open.
Kono Bisfican!
Mark called out. Then the morpher dematerialized, leaving the coin floating there. Mark then morphed into his ranger suit. His helmet formed over his head. Then the coin started spinning and it flew at Mark, hitting Mark in the chest. The coin shattered, and Mark's Cornish chest shield formed around him. Mark had morphed into the Red Cornish Ranger. The Red Cornish Ranger ran past the team of heroes and villains.
Our heroes in red pajamas here to save the day. Oh, goody!
Dr. Dead growled. The Red Cornish Ranger ran up to the brute, summoned his power axe, and sliced the monster in the stomach. Then Gambit threw several cards at the brute and hit it dead on. They exploded, making it stagger backwards. One-Up ran up to the beast and uppercut it in the face. As Oclo sped up to the monster using his speed and slammed into its body, he pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger several times. Then the Red Cornish Ranger ran up to Sabretooth, who grabbed the Red Ranger and threw him up into the air. The Red Ranger, now in midair, aimed his power axe right down as he fell down towards the brute. As he landed on the monster, he swung his power axe as hard as he could, ramming the blade into the monster's face. The brute roared out in pain as it staggered forward and fell to its knees. Dr. Dead ran up to it and pulled the trigger on his revolver as he put it point blank to the monster's face, and the brute dropped to the floor. It started falling apart into pieces of putty parts, which then dissolved slowly. The Red Cornish Ranger stood there, and Gambit placed his hand on his shoulder.
Thank you.
Gambit said to him.
You're welcome. If you don't mind, I must help the other teams.
The Red Cornish Ranger told him. Go, we got this, Arclos told him.
We will contact you when Wakanda is safe. You have my word.
One Up said.
Or we die first.
Sabretooth growled. The Red Cornish Ranger hit his teleportation device, and he teleported away. I like the way your brain ticks, Dr. Dead said to Sabretooth, who just growled at him in response. The Red Cornish Ranger teleported into Atlantis. He scanned his surroundings.
Whoa. Both these secret cities are beautiful.
The Red Ranger muttered to himself. Then he saw the issue at hand. He then clocked Nightwing, and a man he did not recognize. He ran up to both of them.
Kelder, this is Mark, the Red Cornish Ranger, and our ally in this invasion.
Nightwing introduced them.
Pleasure to meet you, Your Honor.
The Red Cornish Ranger said with a bow. Please. Pleasure's mine, Ranger. And Calder is fine, King Calder told him.
Noted. Now, what have we here?
The Ranger asked them. They have long-range weapon, turning themselves into explosive ammunition. King Calder pointed. The Red Cornish Ranger could see through the glass that in the ocean several of them were aiming themselves flying through towards the big door and hitting it with explosive putties.
I see. And I have a plan.
The Red Ranger told the king. Then he jumped off the balcony and landed next to the squad, who was fending off the putties still.
Open the door.
The Red Cornish Ranger told the soldiers. Calder and Nightwing landed next to them. We can barricade the streets. Activate the funnel system, which will drain the water out quickly. Make sure it's only this region. We'll be safe, Calder told everyone. Then everyone agreed. So Calder pressed his holographic wristband, and suddenly a holographic wall appeared between the street that led into the city and the main entrance, which kept shaking as the explosive putties kept on hitting it. All right, open the door, Calder barked. The door slowly opened. All the team applied breathing masks and was filled with water rather quickly. The water hit the holographic wall, and Calder pressed some more buttons on his wristband, and 2 sections of the surrounding dome wall opened up and sucked the water up and gave back to the ocean. As the water filled the area, the putties in the catapult also got dragged in with the momentum and landed inside the little barricaded area that the king had made. The doors were then closed and the remaining water were sucked out of the dome, leaving everyone safe but wet. The few remaining putties got up and started throwing fists. The Red Cornish Ranger summoned his power lance, swung it up, slicing some of the putties. Nightwing and Robin started fighting as well. Ursula and Hawkeye aimed their arrows and fired at some of the putties. Spider-Man replaced his web cartridges as his old ones were now soaked, and then he started webbing up some of the putties as well before kicking them and punching them. The Red Cornish Ranger jumped up and Doctor Strange made a platform of energy so the Red Cornish Ranger could land on it. Then he jumped up and threw the power lance at the catapult. It flew across the battlefield, but the putty jumped in the way and it got hit in the chest as it crashed to the floor. The Red Cornish Ranger retrieved his power lance. Spider-Man landed on the wall of the building next to him. Yo, throw it up into the air. I've got an idea, Spider-Man called out. The Red Cornish Ranger kicked a putty away and then nodded at Spider-Man in understanding. He then aimed up high and threw the power lance up into the air like a javelin. Doctor Strange aimed his hand and muttered a spell, and all the putties became really slow because he made them heavy. Then Robin shot his grapple hook and pulled himself into the air. He shot his grapple hook at the power lance and pressed his gauntlet, and a surge of electricity ran through the wire and charged the power lance up with electricity. He then spun around and threw the lance higher up into the air. Ali! Robin called out. Spider-Man then jumped up high, shot a web, and caught the power lance. Spider-Man then spun around in midair, spinning the lance up and around, and then he let go, throwing the power lance directly at the catapult. The power lance, now charged full of electricity, made contact, and the catapult exploded. Spider-Man landed next to Robin, and they both high-fived. Oop! Spider-Man cheered.
Glad that worked. I will return, but I gotta help the other teams.
The Red Cornish Ranger told them.
Thank you. That was helpful. We should be able to secure Atlantis soon.
Nightwing told him. The Red Cornish Ranger nodded, hit his teleportation device, and teleported away. In Las Vegas, the 3 incredibly fast putties kept running around and striking the team members, causing them a dismay in the battle. Suddenly, the Red Cornish Ranger teleported in and saw the team being attacked by the 3 speeder putties.
They seem to have learned a few things we didn't know. The time difference. That's the scary part.
The Red Cornish Ranger told himself. He then turned to Dr. Fury.
Can you slow them down?
The Ranger asked the sorcerer. I can, yes, Dr. Fury confirmed. He then summoned the power sword and handed it to Moon Knight. He took the sword and felt the weight of it. Then he summoned Saba and the Dragon Dagger. He handed the Dragon Dagger to Black Canary, and he gripped onto Saba tightly. Then Dr. Fury cast her spell, and the 3 speedsters slowed down. Then the Red Lantern made several restraining constructs, which secured them around the ankles and held onto them. Her arm was shaking from the resistance. The Moon Knight then ran up to one of the secured putties with the power sword in hand and started dealing out several attacks. The Black Canary also ran up to one and slashed one of them with the Dragon Dagger. The Red Cornish Ranger ran up to the last one, and with a powerful strike he cut it down with Saba, and the fast putties all exploded. The Red Lantern dropped to one knee as her constructs diminished as she held onto it for a bit too long.
You okay?
The Orange Lantern asked as he held out his hand, trying to help her up, but she pushed him away.
Get off me!
The Red Lantern barked.
Look, I'm just trying to help.
The Orange Lantern snapped back.
Well, don't.
She growled. Moon Knight and Black Canary returned their weapons to the Red Cornish Ranger. That was something else, Moon Knight muttered.
It was so light, but so strong.
Black Canary told him.
They are incredible.
The Red Cornish Ranger confirmed as the weapons disappeared. Then suddenly the ground started shaking. They all looked past the city outskirts. Far off in the distance, they could see a massive wave of grey mess moving towards them. The Iron Butler flew high up into the sky and scanned the area.
There is thousands of them. It's an army,
he said in awe.
How are we gonna handle that many?
Soma asked.
We need a plan of attack,
Venom growled. And you have one, a voice said. Everyone turned around to see Damian Wayne perched on a street sign. He flipped off it and walked up to everyone. The Iron Butler landed, his headpiece removed and opened up, revealing his teary eyes.
Hello, son,
he said. Hello, old man. Glad to see you're doing well, Damian told him.
Same to you,
Alfred said sadly. Damian then walked up to Dr. Fury and handed her a piece of paper. These are some coordinates. Open the portals, yeah? I need you to do this so we can continue our fighting and have a fighting chance here, he told her. Hang on a moment, Dr. Fury told him. She took the piece of paper and read it. Then she started floating up. She crossed her legs and started meditating, and then several portals opened and the League of Assassins came charging out and headed straight out of the city towards the massive wave of putties heading towards them. Let us rid the world of these things, Damian Wade yelled as he ran with his league with his sword drawn. The rest of the team ran towards the crowd and joined the fight.
Thank you, Ranger,
the Iron Butler said to the Red Cornish Ranger as his headpiece came back down, clicked into place as he took off in flight.
Look who came in handy after all.
Thunderstruck grinned at him as he joined the others. The Red Cornish Ranger was about to teleport away when a SWAT truck came towards him and halted. Then several SWAT soldiers climbed out with a couple of suited men and a man in a lab coat. The lab-coated gentleman approached the Red Cornish Ranger. You're Mark, right? The scientist asked.
The one and only,
the Red Cornish Ranger replied. Good. Please confirm. You've been there, right? To their world? The man asked, pointing towards the far-off distant army advancing towards them.
I did come from their universe, but how did you know that?
The Red Cornish Ranger asked him, now confused and slightly concerned. My name is Angel Fairweather. I came from that universe. I watched Putty Prime being made, and I need your help, the scientist told him. The Red Cornish Ranger demorphed, leaving Mark stood there, staring at the scientist, in awe and confusion. Hey there, you've reached the answer machine of Logan. I'm afraid I can't get the phone right now. I'm most probably burying my head into my university work. Or I'm just asleep because I've buried my head into my university work. Anyway, sorry for rambling. Again, this is Logan. If you've missed me, then you know what to do. Leave me a message at the end of the beep, and if I can, I'll get back to you. See ya.
Oh, my darling Logan, it's your mum. I didn't need to say that, did I? Oh my goodness, I don't know what to do. A portal was open outside the window and I don't know where you are and I haven't heard from you and I don't understand why I haven't heard from you. Oh, Logan, I'm sorry. I have to say goodbye. I love you so much and I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you and everything you've ever done. And if you ever get to write a book, son, dedicate it to me. You know, I love you. I dedicated my whole life. Now I'm waffling. I don't even know what to say. I love you so much. Goodbye. Please take care of yourself. Oh my God, they're getting close.
And there we have it, guys. The ending of part 2. That was intense. I do apologise about the length of this video. It was a hefty one and it took a long time to get all the voice lines together and edit, but I'm glad we finally got there. Now, let's... The teams that aided Atlantis and Wakanda had returned from the hidden cities, closely followed by the ships led by King Calder and King Tamaz. The ships all landed in the massive warehouse. Everyone sprawled out of the jets and the gigantic airships. Spider-Man walked away from the group as they all started planning how to build the portal device now that they had all the components, and help the ground team out at the same time. Spider-Man walked off and pulled out his phone and noticed that he had a voicemail. He pressed the button and heard his mother's voice message. "Oh my God," Spider-Man gasped. He then turned to the room of heroes and villains and soldiers as he shook his head. He ran out of the warehouse, jumped up and shot a web, pulling himself high into the air, and then he swung into the city. He landed on top of a building, a swarm of putties slamming their fists into some goons. Spider-Man shot a web and pulled one of the putties closer, then he uppercut it in the face, then he jumped up and swung a foot into another putty, sending another one flying back. He then shot several web shots at the putties. He ran at the group and slid across the ground. He kicked one of the putties in the shins, making it stumble to the ground. Spider-Man shot several webs, sticking the putty to the ground. Then he jumped up and flipped over one as he slammed his foot into the last putty. "Oh, thanks, Spidey," one grunted. "Whatever, man. You're a bad guy," Spider-Man growled. He shot a web shot at the two goons. They both got hit to the floor and stuck to the floor as they now laid there struggling to break out of the web. Spider-Man jumped off the building and swung to another. He shot another web and swung closer to the New York News building. There he saw a portal open inside of the building. A massive chunk of the top corner of the building was now completely missing. Floors were destroyed. Building was now slowly falling apart from the top all the way down. It was roaring with intense flames, which was producing a massive thick black cloud of smoke into the sky. The entire place was swarmed with putties. Spider-Man could see several people holding onto ledges about to fall, so he shot a web and pulled himself closer to the building. As one of the villains let go and started to fall, Spider-Man fell down and shot a web, catching the falling person. He pulled them closer and caught them. Then he shot a web, making a big web net, and threw the person onto that. As he shot a web to pull himself onto the building itself, he landed on one of the floors, which were now completely cut in half, and the other half was completely missing. It was now angled Due to the destruction, he pulled some people back up to their feet and directed them to the other side of the building. Then he flipped down to the second floor that was also missing a big chunk of it, where the fire originated. He started webbing up some of the fire as best he could, allowing the trapped civilians to run free. Then the putty burst out and swung for Spider-Man. He caught its fist and rammed it in the chest, then the face, then he shot a web sticking it to the fiery wall, then he ran down the corridor, the ceiling crumbling down above him. The rooms filled with smoke quickly. "Miss Hart, are you here?" Spider-Man called out. He ran into the news broadcasting room. The ceiling had completely caved in. Spider-Man could see the sky above him, the flames rising up as it had the perfect breathing room now. Spider-Man looked around and started lifting up some of the rubble, looking for his mother. Suddenly, putty started falling into the room from different directions. Spider-Man shot a web at one of the pieces of rubble and swung it around and let go of it, throwing it into several of the putties, crushing them with it. Then he jumped off the piece of rubble that he was stuck to and stuck to the wall. He shot several webs, sticking them to the big piece of rubble that was left, and pulled it. "Help!" Someone coughed. It was a male's voice. It could be the cameraman, Spider-Man thought, which would have been one of the last people to see his mother. Spider-Man shot another 2 webs at the rubble and pulled with all his strength. It lifted the rubble up ever so slowly, raising it off the ground. Spider-Man roared out with all his might as his muscles tensed. He shot another web and then another, sticking them to the rest of the building, using the building to hold up the rubble. Now he jumped off the wall and landed on the ground, and there he found the cameraman right underneath the big concrete slab. His name was Ryan. Spider-Man held out his hand and grabbed Ryan's and pulled him out and freed him. The cameraman stood up and dusted himself off. Luckily, he was unharmed. "There are still people under there," Ryan said. "Run away and get away from here. I've got these people." "Hey, did you see any of the news reporters under here?" Spider-Man asked. "Yeah, both of them under there," Ryan replied. "Now go," Spider-Man ordered. He then crawled under the rubble. He shifted under it till he found his mother laid there unconscious. Spider-Man climbed to his knees and placed his hands on the concrete slab that laid above him, and he tried standing, lifting it up. Then, as he was lifting it, he saw more putties appearing and running at him. Spider-Man tried to hold it up with one hand, but he struggled. The putties were running straight towards him. Then, out of nowhere, another Spider-Man came swinging and kicked one of the putties out of the way and landed and turned to Spider-Man. "You just hold on tight with that 1 second, okay?" he said to him. Spider-Man noticed the suit that the other Spider-Man was wearing. It was black with red web patterns all over it with a red Spider-Man logo on the chest. Spider-Man knew exactly who this was. "You're Miles Morales," Spider-Man grunted. "Yeah, nice to meet you, new kid," Miles said. Then he clenched his fist, and with his fist clenched, a burst of bioelectricity known as venom burst from his palm, and Miles then jumped forward and threw out his electrical engulfed fist and smacked one of the putties. The putties flew back, the electricity snaring the other putties, stunning all of them. Then Miles webbed up the rest of them to the ground. Then he ran up and investigated the situation. "You just hang on, new kid," Miles told him. Then he jumped up and stuck himself to the wall, shot several webs at the piece of rubble that Spider-Man was trying to lift, and helped him lift the rubble off and swung it the other way. Miles jumped off the wall and landed next to Spider-Man, and both of them shot several webs, sticking the rubble to the other side. Both Spider-Men sighed with relief. "Thanks for the aid," Spider-Man said as he bent down and picked up his mother. "Yeah, you did good, new kid. I'll watch you there." "Come on, this way," Miles said. They both shot a web out and pulled themselves off the building, and finally left, knowing full well that the firefighters had the rest of it covered. They both lowered themselves down to the ground, where a transport vehicle waited to take civilians to the helicarriers. Both Spider-Men swung up and landed on the transport vehicles, and Spider-Man placed his mother down, leaving her there, knowing full well that his mother thought Logan was already on the helicarriers. So Spider-Man then joined Miles Morales as they swung and landed on a roof. "Wow, I cannot believe I was aided by the famous Miles Morales," Spider-Man chuckled. "I wouldn't say famous," Miles replied with a slight chuckle. Spider-Man removed his mask and then held out his hand. "Name's Logan Hart, nice to meet you," Logan told him. "Nice to meet you too," Miles said as he took his hand and shook it. Then he removed his own mask. Where are you anyway? How come you're not helping on this war here, fighting these clay things?" Logan asked. "I have a job to do. I don't think it's a good idea that I mingle with the other heroes anyway. I'm going to keep my city safe, sure, but the war itself, That's for the new Spider-Man. Miles grinned. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Mr. Pocket made me into the new Spider-Man. I didn't want to stand on your toes or anything, Logan blurted. Hey, whoa. Peter used to say, with great power comes great responsibility. It's not who's behind the mask, but it's the action that one takes when they're wearing it, Miles told Logan. Thanks. That actually means a lot coming from one of the OGs. Logan grinned. So, Spider-Man, I'll see you out there, shall I? Miles told him. Yeah, thanks, Miles. Logan nodded. Maybe after this whole world is a bit more normal, I'll give you some tips, and I'll tell you what about Peter, Miles said. Oh my god, really? I look forward to it, Logan replied. Miles placed his mask back on, he saluted Logan, and then ran off the building and swung away. Logan chuckled to himself as he watched Miles swing away into the distance. He was glad his mother was safe and sound and was headed to one of the helicarriers. He then was glad that he met Miles, one of the original Spider-Men. Logan's comms then started beeping in his ears. Everyone is required to return back to the warehouse. We've got news, Mr. Pocket said. Spider-Man responding, Logan replied. Then he placed his mask back on, pressed his watch, and a portal opened, and he walked through it and entered the warehouse. Mr. Pocket was preparing to execute his final plan of attack on the putties. Everyone climbed out of the jets and swarmed into the massive warehouse. Mr. Pocket pulled Thunderstruck to one side.
What's up, boss?
He asked. Son, there is a problem with one of the worldwide civilian helicarriers. It seems like some putties have found their way onto one of them. HC-13R, Mr. Pocket told him. Thunderstruck looked at Mr. Pocket with an evil glare. Your son is on that one, isn't he? Mr. Pocket asked.
Yes, he is.
Thunderstruck muttered. Well, there is only one thing you can do, Mr. Pocket suggested.
What you thinking, boss?
Thunderstruck asked. Well, I cannot release our heroes and villains. You don't want anyone knowing of your offspring's existence, so I would be willing for you to be excused so you can deal with the matter. There is also more lives at stake, obviously, Mr. Pocket told him.
I've got it covered, boss. I'll handle it.
Thunderstruck replied with a nod. Then Thunderstruck walked off when suddenly Jordan, the Red Lantern, stood in the way of him.
Where do you think you're going?
Jordan hissed.
Nowhere. Move out of my way.
Thunderstruck barked.
It's Grayson, isn't it? Our son's in trouble?
Jordan snapped.
Yes, his helicarrier is under attack, and they're struggling to fend him off.
Thunderstruck explained.
I'm coming with you, and I'm not taking no for an answer.
Jordan barked at him. Thunderstruck rolled his eyes. Then he walked past Jordan and headed out of the warehouse. Jordan followed him. Then they walked past the building.
If you're coming with, then can you fly us there?
Thunderstruck grinned with a cocky attitude. Jordan looked at Thunderstruck with a venomous glare.
You got a better idea?
Thunderstruck snapped.
Fine, stand back,
Jordan muttered. Thunderstruck took a step back as Jordan held out her ring, then her Red Lantern suit shimmered over her. Her mask appeared on her face and her hair was placed in a ponytail. The Red Lantern aimed her ring and the red light emanated from its encasing energy and encased Thunderstruck. Then the Red Lantern took flight and Thunderstruck started floating off as well. They both flew off into the sky and bolted at high speeds. They finally found the helicarrier that was under attack. They had putty swarming the runway and the main hangar had been smashed in and the windows all broken.
I'll get you in. Activate the emergency shields,
Jordan ordered. She flung the mutant at the window. Thunderstruck entered the hangar and crashed on the floor, his body absorbing the impact, and converted it into kinetic energy. He stood and found 3 soldiers trying to fend off some putties. Thunderstruck ran up to the first putty and slammed his fist into it. His fist struck it in the stomach. Then, with his other hand, he punched it in the head. The other putty started punching Thunderstruck in the torso, but his body absorbed the attacks. Thunderstruck pulled his hand free, then smacked the putty in the head, which made it go flying back. Then he turned to the other 2. He grabbed an incoming fist and crushed it in his hand. He then booted the putty across the room and it slammed into the wall. The last putty jumped on Thunderstruck's back, wrapped his arms around his neck, trying to strangle him. Thunderstruck just released the kinetic energy that he had stored up, pushing the putty off of him, and the putty exploded into lumps of clay. He then walked over to the console, he pressed some buttons, and the emergency metal barrier doors closed over where the window should be.
Hey, listeners, I'm glad you're enjoying what you're listening. I'm Billy, and I'm joined with Jim, the host of Zeo to Hero podcast, the one safe space for all the nerddom. We talk about anything that ranges from the Power Rangers to maybe a man on the moon. Come check us out and see what kind of rabbit holes we could dive into with our weekly guest. Or, if you're lucky, just an episode of me and Jim squabbling together.
On the runway of the helicarrier, Putty swarmed the surface, climbing all over the parked jets and tried to get into the propellers, trying to bring down the helicarrier. Jordan aimed her ring and created several spear constructs. They all floated around her. She grabbed one and threw it, and it struck one of the putties that had tried climbing to one of the propellers. Then she grabbed the second one and threw it at a putty that had bested a soldier in combat. She grabbed the third spear and threw it, and it struck a putty and penetrated the wall, making the putty hang there helpless. She landed on the ground, grabbed the last spear, and saw one of the putties running at her. She swung the spear and smacked the putty as hard as she could, swinging it, cutting the head off. Then she rammed the spear into the chest of another putty. Then she slammed the spear on the ground and sent out a shockwave which knocked over the putties off their feet. Jordan then aimed her ring and several tentacles constructs which grabbed the putties and then flung them off the helicarrier. She then flew up into the air once more and flew out the door, and the soldiers opened it as she flew in. She entered the helicarrier and entered a corridor, which had several putties trying to break down. Jordan made a massive wrecking ball construct, which swung across the corridor and smashed into the putties, destroying them in one big swoop. The door opened, and Thunderstruck stood there, not impressed.
Well done,
Thunderstruck muttered.
Thanks,
Jordan replied. Then Thunderstruck gestured for Jordan to follow him. They ran down the corridor and turned left, hearing a lot of screaming coming from one of the rooms. Jordan made a big fist construct which sat around her actual fist. She punched the door and it flew off its hinges. Both of them dived in to find a massive group of people being terrorized by the putties, not a soldier in sight. Thunderstruck dived in and started smacking one of the putties across the room. Jordan made several shuriken constructs and threw them at the putties. Thunderstruck grabbed one of the putties and slammed his fist into its head several times, then lifted it into the air, and Jordan jumped up and vomited blood plasma on its head, melting it away. Thunderstruck then swung the lifeless corpse around, using it to batter the leftover putties. Thunderstruck and Jordan stood there with a heavy breath. Then suddenly, a little boy ran over to Thunderstruck and dived into his arms. Thunderstruck picked him up and scooped him and cuddled him tight. Jordan stood there in awe. Her red lantern suit shivered away off of her body and her mask disappeared. For the first time, she had met her son.
Hey, bud. Don't worry. It's okay. I've got you.
Thunderstruck muttered to the boy. Jordan stood there with tears filling her eyes.
So, this is him?
Jordan asked. Thunderstruck nodded. Then he put his son on the ground.
Hey, little man. This is Jordan. She's a friend of mine.
Thunderstruck told Grayson. Grayson did not say anything to her, but he let out a small wave. Jordan let out a small chuckle and wiped her cheek as a tear strolled down it.
Hey there, Grayson. Nice to meet ya. I must say you look like your father.
Jordan said to the boy with a weak smile. Then some of the soldiers ran into the room and walked up to Thunderstruck.
Please make sure Grayson finds his grandmother, because if he doesn't, I'm gonna shove my fist right down your throat.
Thunderstruck snapped. Yes, sir. We have completely secured the helicarrier. Thank you, the soldier said to him with a small salute. Then, after Thunderstruck said his goodbye to Grayson, the soldier escorted Grayson away. Thunderstruck then turned to a rather sad and emotional Jordan.
You left him, remember?
Thunderstruck barked.
I know, I'm sorry,
Jordan said sadly.
After this whole world-ending shit is done with, I will try my best to get Grayson into my custody. And if that goes well, then I will think about you seeing him.
Thunderstruck explained.
Are you sure that's wise? I'm not exactly the mother of the year,
Jordan replied. She suddenly had a lump in her throat.
Like I said, it's a big maybe. And that's if and only if we save the world first.
Thunderstruck sighed, then Thunderstruck walked off. Jordan took a deep breath, nodded to herself, and then she ran off and caught up with Thunderstruck. They stepped outside and onto one of the landing pads.
Hey, boss. Helicarrier is safe.
Thunderstruck said in his communicator. Good job, Mr. Pocket replied. Then Jordan's communicator beeped and she answered it, and then Mr. Pocket's voice came out of everyone's communicators. Everyone is required to return back to the warehouse, Mr. Pocket said. Both of them nodded to each other. Jordan's suit shimmered over her once more, and once again she carried Thunderstruck in a ball construct, and both of them flew off and headed back to the warehouse, and mentally prepared for the counter-invasion. Mark walked into the laboratory, following Dr. Fairweather into his office. It is strange seeing a ranger after all this time, Dr. Fairweather muttered.
You said you came from their universe?
Mark questioned. Yes, before the Putties took over and made it their own planet, Dr. Fairweather replied.
How did that happen?
Mark asked him. Dr. Fairweather pulled out a chair and gestured Mark to sit down. Mark sat down and Dr. Fairweather sat opposite him. I was a part of a secret science division. Government funded. We sat on so much scrap evidence from supervillains over the years. Rangers are hard to make, access to the morphing grid and all that crap, but the technology left behind from villains is slightly different. That's where we found it. Finster's clay machine. And some of his clay. We examined the clay and found the chemical makeup for it, and then we built our own version of the machine. We figured out how to make putties, and the government had their way with it. But we controlled them. The government funded us millions to build an army, to build a way to fight the monsters with their own powers, Dr. Fairweather explained.
Okay then, that's when the Supreme was made by Rita?
Mark stated. It was more than that. Did you ever see the Planet of Apes movies? Dr. Fairweather asked.
Yeah, I saw them. Why?
Mark asked back. Well, some things very similar. We started treating them, educating them. We kept a small group to ourselves and taught them English and Japanese, Spanish, all sorts of languages. They learned how to cook, to write, to teach others. We made a functioning community. Dr. Fairweather grinned slightly.
So the Supreme is the first one you met?
Mark stated. Oh, no. The Supreme is far from the first that we met. No, we numbered them. He was F13N4. He was alone and isolated, and he snapped. We walked in one morning to greet the community, and we found them all dead. Apart from one. F13N4. He had escaped, and so-called rescued the others. We panicked, and ran and found the machine was also stolen. All the notes for the clay. Within 6 weeks, the Putties had invaded half of America. Within half a year, the Putties were reformed the planet. And then Earth was no longer. It was the Putty planet. We started this whole thing. It was our fault, really. And so we thought. Turns out F13N4 wasn't made by us. We thought we did. We thought we made him, but we didn't. He was made by Rita Repulsa. He somehow managed to break in and convince us that he was one of ours. And he slowly took over. Dr. Fairweather sighed, a hint of sadness in his voice.
It's okay. Villainy is born to counter the good in the universe. And Rita Repulsa is a grand example of villainy.
Mark stated. I suppose. I don't know whether it was Rita Repulsa's plan or his own. Dr. Weather sighed again.
I'm confused. Why did you need me here?
Mark asked, looking around the room. I was able to escape. I had a portal device very similar to your own when I was there. When I got here, I started working on Power Ranger tech. Just in case I was ever hunted, I may need a Ranger Morpher. But in this universe, I had no access to the morphing grid. When suddenly, 2 days ago, the morph I created turned on, Dr. Fairweather explained.
When I entered the universe, I must have brought the morphing grid with me, or allowed to flow into this universe.
Mark said. Exactly. Come follow me. I want to show you something, Dr. Fairweather said. He stood up and left the office. Mark got up and followed him. They walked down the corridor and walked into another room. Inside the room was a pane of glass. On the other side of the glass was a big room with a young man stood in the middle. He wore white clothes, and on his wrist was a Power Ranger morpher. Dr. Fairweather pressed the communication button on the wall. "Hey Mitchell, you're up," Dr. Fairweather said into the comms. "This is Mitchell Fisher. He is the tester for the morpher," Dr. Fairweather told Mark. Both Mark and Dr. Fairweather watched as Mitchell held his morpher in front of him. It was silver, rectangular, with a big blue M on it. The centre of the M was the letter V, and the blue had a gold outline. Mitchell pressed the centre button, and the V slid up. In a flash of silver, he morphed into a Power Ranger. Mark grinned ever so slightly.
You made the Titanium Ranger?
Mark chuckled. "How did you know the name?" Dr. Fairweather asked.
It's not the first one I met. Had my one on my universe as well. Can't believe you made them. That's impressive.
Mark said with a grin. "When I saw you fighting, I knew you weren't from here, so I thought maybe you could help him out. I was gonna wear the morph for myself, but I am needed here. Train him, will you? Maybe lead him into battle. It's the whole reason I wanted to make the titanium powers, to fend off those putties," Dr. Fairweather told him.
We need these putties gone. I got a few hours till Mr. Pocket has his device ready. I hope Mitchell is a fast learner.
Mark sighed, then he walked into the training room. He walked up to the Titanium Ranger and held out his hand.
Hey there, son. I'm Mark. I'm here to train you.
Mark told him. The Titanium Ranger demorphed and Mitchell held out his hand and they shook hands. "Mitchell, nice to meet you. So, they think I can help?" Mitchell asked.
Hope so. Now, let's start with the basics.
Mark stated. He pulled out his power morpher and morphed. Mitchell stood there and watched in awe as the Red Cornish Ranger stood before him. Mitchell held up his morpher and pressed the center button again and morphed into the Titanium Ranger. Then they started training. It started with basic combat training, weapon training, and then exact movements to defend oneself against the putties. They trained for a couple of hours, till suddenly Mark's communicator started beeping.
Yeah, what's up?
The Red Cornish Ranger answered. "Mark, you are needed back here. The machine is ready," Mr. Pocket answered.
Okay, on my way. And warning, I'm bringing backup.
The Red Cornish Ranger told him. Then he turned to the Titanium Ranger. You think I'm ready?" the Titanium Ranger asked.
Even if you're not, we need you.
The Red Cornish Ranger told him. "I don't know if I can do this," the Titanium Ranger sighed. He felt a daunting amount of responsibility hovering over him.
I've been at this for a while, and I've been a part of a ranger team. Fought a crazy witch lady, and chased a bounty hunter ranger through the multiverse. And trust me, I still keep making things up on the spot.
The Red Cornish Ranger told him. The Titanium Ranger nodded. Then they both demorphed and walked out of the training room. Then Dr. Feather ran up to them. "Bring me with you. I know how the Putty Spring thinks. Maybe I can help," Dr. Fairweather chirped.
Yeah, okay. Come with us, Doc.
Mark said to him. Then Mark led Mitchell and Dr. Fairweather back to the warehouse so they could prepare for the counter-invasion. Nightwing had joined Iron Butler, Ra's al Ghul, and Bane as they carried on fighting, with the army made up of the League of Assassins by their side. The last of the helicarrier transport ships had flew off and taken some of the heroes and villains, which were headed back to the warehouse to cool off and to get some rest. Nightwing jumped up and swung his fist into a putty's face, making it stagger back. Then he swiped his foot across the ground, tripping it over. Then a putty slammed its clay sphere into Nightwing's head, knocking him to the ground. The putty jumped up and jumped onto Nightwing, started slamming its fist into Nightwing before Nightwing could react. Nightwing ended up covering his face and grunted underneath the assault. Ra's al Ghul jumped up, swung his sword, and beheaded the creature, and the body dropped to the floor and exploded into lumps of clay. Ra's al Ghul stood over Nightwing with a cocky grin on his face.
"You gonna help me up? Or am I gonna have to wipe that grin off your face?"
Nightwing asked. "I was only relishing in the moment." The young boy chuckled. Then he offered his hand out and Nightwing took it and he was pulled to his feet. Iron Butler landed next to him and aimed his hand out and shot a repulsor blast at a putty.
Boys, please, no squabbling now. It is time to fight as one, not each other.
The Iron Butler snapped. I agree with the old man. For now. Raish grunted.
Fine, come on, we have to keep at it. Till Pocket has his machine ready.
Nightwing replied, then the trio kept at it. Bane ran through a group of putties, squashing them, smashing them into pieces. Does he ever stop? Raish asked as he sliced down 2 more putties.
Maybe we should have reminded him he can stop.
The Iron Butler stated.
Bane, take a break, man. Come on, we've been at this for half a day.
Nightwing told the venom-dosed villain.
Take a break. I do not take breaks. I give breaks to these puny, worthless spines.
Bane howled with a laugh. He was always a bit of an oddball, Raish commented. Nightwing shrugged, then he backflipped, kicking a putty in the chin. Suddenly, Nightwing's communicator started beeping.
What do you got, Pocket?
Nightwing answered. Dick, return back to the warehouse. The device is almost ready, Mr. Pocket demanded.
What about the rest of the team?
Nightwing asked back. They must fend off the putties on the ground till the reinforcements arrive, Mr. Pocket stated. Nightwing hung up on Mr. Pocket and looked at the Iron Butler and Ra's al Ghul.
I don't like the idea of leaving you here,
Nightwing said sadly to the Iron Butler.
Master Dick, please, an old man like myself can handle a few clay dolls and dragged up goons with anger issues. Besides, I will have Master Damien with me.
The Iron Butler replied. His shoulder pad opened up and a small gun extended and started firing high-voltage energy blast at the putties automatically behind him.
We can't trust these two,
Nightwing grunted, nodding his head towards Ra's al Ghul and Bane. We can hear you, you know, Raish barked. Then he threw a few shurikens, which mowed down some of the putties.
It's okay, Dick. I got their backs,
Cardio said as he approached.
I have a secret weapon, but she is a little shy,
Cardio said with a shrug. Then suddenly, Amber came flying overhead. She yelled out in cheer and she landed next to Cardio. Amber was a mutant with dragon-like features, wings, a tail, and scaly skin.
This is Amber, my secret weapon. She has enough firepower to mow a few thousand of these things down,
Cardio explained.
Hey there. Holy crap, you're Nightwing. I've seen you on the news.
Amber blurted.
Nice to meet you,
Nightwing said with a nod. He tried not to stare at the dragon girl with dragon-like features.
We can handle these guys, so you better go,
Cardio told him.
Do not worry. I shall be safe. I can handle myself. This is where my new abilities are best handled,
The Iron Butler told Nightwing. Don't worry. I'll keep the old man safe, Raj grunted.
Okay, fine. I want hourly updates and keep an eye on him,
Nightwing barked, pointing at Bane. Then he jumped onto his night cycle and rode off, leaving everyone to fend off the never-ending army of putties.
So, Miss Amber, I am assuming the dragon-like complex comes with some additional bonuses,
The Iron Butler said to the dragon.
You bet.
Amber grinned. Then she took flight once again and flew over the army, and she hunched forward, throwing her arms out, and a big scream of roaring fire exploded from her mouth, raining down on the putties, scorching them all to a crisp. Damn, she comes in handy, Rush chuckled. Everyone dived back into the fight. Bane picked up a car, his bright green veins popping out of his arms and neck as he threw the car into the group of putties, crashing through the putties' first line of defense. Ra's al Ghul jumped up and with several quick sword swipes, he beheaded and delimbed several putties. The Iron Butler aimed his wrist cannons and ripped several bullets into the putties, whilst his shoulder cannon took out putties surrounding him, as if it was watching his back. And on the other shoulder, a small rocket launcher released several rockets that rained down on the putties that stood in the back, waiting for their turn to attack.
My name is Rusfer, also known as the Banker. My name is feared by many universes. And now, I'm currently working on destroying Universe 19. No Ultra Rangers, Power Rangers Cyberforce, Skyforce, hell, even those Kamen Riders, and those pesky Beetle Troopers. Nothing can get in my way. If you want to hear me destroying Power Rangers Universe 19, well, you can listen on the podcast and watch my evil excellence destroy those dumb enough to face me on the Power Rangers Universe 19 podcast. Come listen, if you dare.
Nightwing turned up at the warehouse. He climbed off his bike and walked up to the big device that had been built. It was a rather large ring with the components reminded him of Cyborg. He stood there and looked at the device. It is rather impressive, is it not? Mr. Pocket said as he approached him.
I will be impressed if it can get us to the Putty Planet in one piece.
Nightwing grunted. It will, don't worry. Right now we have other problems. Mr. Pocket sighed, gesturing Nightwing to follow him. He led Nightwing to a table where a bunch of clay figures stood. Each one resembled a member of the group Mr. Pocket had put together.
You want to play make-believe with some clay doll-looking versions of the team right now?
Nightwing barked. They are the team. They went and looked at some rather odd machine the putty worlds dropped, and it turned them into clay things. It is the same sort of clay that the putties are made of, though, Mr. Pocket said.
This is half our team.
Nightwing snapped. I know, we'll have to deal with it. Maybe a smaller team would be better at getting to the Supreme Putty, but I'll have to send some to help the ground group as well, to aid Roz and Alfred, Mr. Pocket stated.
Fine, let's get this done.
Nightwing grunted. Mr. Pocket then walked up to the device and started typing away on a keyboard.
How does it work?
Nightwing asked. Well, I have given 2 bands to Dr. Dead and Soma, siphoning their energies as stones give off. We hit on the switch and it will charge the portal. Mr. Pocket sighed.
But if they come with us, how will we keep the portal open?
Nightwing asked, rather confused. Mr. Pocket once again gestured Nightwing to follow him. This time he led Nightwing outside. They looked up and saw a spaceship flying down and landing on the helipad. Nightwing looked as the ship opened up and Mr. Pocket smiled. Nightwing looked back at Mr. Pocket, back at the ship. The door lowered and a man and a tree-looking humanoid alien walked out. Nightwing, this is Star-Lord and Groot. Boys, this is Nightwing, Mr. Pocket said.
I remember you from Union Day.
Nightwing told him as he shook Star-Lord's hand. Likewise, Star-Lord said. I am Groot. I am Groot, Groot said with a soft smile.
We really that desperate that we need alien help?
Nightwing asked. Actually, I brought this, Star-Lord stated, holding up a silver orb, which opened up and revealed the Space Stone.
These stones are way out of my league.
Nightwing muttered. Thank you, Peter. This will come in handy, Mr. Pocket said, taking the orb from Star-Lord. No worries. Anything else we can do? Star-Lord asked. If you're willing to stick around for a while, I was hoping you would. Your team and your ship would lend a hand to the ground team. They are keeping the Putty forces occupied, Mr. Pocket replied. Sure thing. Anything we can do to help? Star-Lord grinned. I am Groot. Groot nodded. Nightwing held out his hand once again.
The one in the suit is Alfred, my butler and father figure. And the little brat is Damien, ex-Robin and leader of the League of Assassins. He's got an attitude, but his heart is in the right place. Find them and look out for each other.
Nightwing ordered. Damn, this guy's intense, Star-Lord muttered to Groot as he shook Nightwing's hand. I am Groot, Groot grunted. Star-Lord and Groot both climbed aboard their ship and joined the new Guardians of the Galaxy as the ship took off and flew out of sight, and Mr. Pocket sent them the directions to head to the ground group and aid them. The ship flew overhead of the League of Assassins fighting the Putty army. The ship rained a barrage of bullets through the army of clay figures.
I am assuming that is the backup Master Dick mentioned.
The Iron Butler stated.
It is not necessary.
Bane grunted as he slammed two putties into a door of a car. Shut up, meathead, Roz snapped as he pushed the tip of his blade into a putty's head. The ship's door opened and its crew jumped out and landed on the ground. Star-Lord pulled out his two blasters and started blasting several putties down. He jumped up and his thrusters threw him into the air, giving him the ability to blast more putties. His guns started shooting lasers and then shifted and started firing firebolts. Groot landed and his hands extended out and ripped through several putties. Then Groot lifted up the impaled putties and slammed them into more putties. Yolin landed and pulled out a purple rock from her pouch, pulled it into her slingshot and aimed it and released the rock. It hit a putty and the putty exploded into purple fire. The flames spread quickly and started burning more putties. Purple vice-full moon rocks. When exposed to oxygen, those flames can ignite tripled, Yolin said with a slight grin. Next to land on the ground was the Green Lantern Ryan. He landed and aimed his ring, creating several automatic turret constructs that started raining down and mowing down the putties. Then Jabal landed. He ran into the fold of his blasters in hand and he started blasting his way through the putties. Then his Skrull body shimmered and he shapeshifted into a putty. Suddenly all the putties stopped trying to attack him. They turned around and started fighting the others. Jabal then started shooting putties in the head, dropping bodies quickly without the putties even realizing it. The last person to land on the ground was Zoten. The monk removed his hood, then he raised his hand and the car door started floating. He flexed his hand and the door flew into the group of putties and started beheading them. Then two putties swung their fists at him, but Zoten waved his hand in front of them. You work for me now, Zoten told them. Then the two putties stopped trying to harm Zoten, turned around and started fighting the other putties.
This group is a bit strange, no?
Bane asked. Yes, they are, but they're helping, so shut up and keep at it. Come on, Roz barked. Then he jumped up and joined his assassins in their fight against the putties.
No matter who they are, right now what matters is we are Earth's last defense, till the others can destroy the putty planet,
the Iron Butler said. Then the Iron Butler took flight and joined the fight against the putties.
Hey listeners, I'm glad you're enjoying what you're listening. I'm Billy, and I'm joined with Jim, the host of Zero to Hero podcast, the one safe space for all the nerddom. We talk about anything that ranges from the Power Rangers to maybe a man on the moon. Come check us out and see what kind of rabbit holes we could dive into with our weekly guest. Or, if you're lucky, just an episode of me and Jim squabbling together.
In the warehouse, Nightwing was preparing for the fight ahead. Mr. Pocket placed the Space Stone into the vice, and the machine started to hum. Then Mr. Pocket looked out of the warehouse and saw someone stood there outside. A man with blonde hair, a pair of glasses, and a sandy brown poncho. Nightwing, prepare the team. I shall return in a moment, Mr. Pocket growled. Then he walked outside and followed the man in the poncho. Nightwing had pulled Ocklos to one side.
Yo, dude, who's the guy your dad is talking to?
Nightwing asked. Ocklos gazed over to see his dad and the mystery man walking away. Dunno, I've never seen him before, Ocklos shrugged. Nightwing shook his head, then he walked into the centre of the room and cleared his throat. He saw the rest of the team of heroes and villains as they all turned to Nightwing. They had dwindled down quite a bit. Between the team that got turned into clay putty figures sat on the table, and the team on the ground floor fighting the putties on the ground, keeping them occupied, Nightwing was not left with a lot.
Alright guys, let's get this done,
Nightwing said sternly, Everyone looked at Nightwing with determination, ready for the counter-invasion. A portal opened like many before it, but instead of a swarm of putties spawning out of it, it was a large device. It landed in the snowy plains of Antarctica. It was an oval device and it was rather thick, silver with some flashing lights built into it. It hit the snow rather hard, and then 3 mechanical legs extended out of it and placed themselves on the ground, securing the machine's balance. Then it started beeping. 24 hours later. A Quinjet flew over Antarctica and hovered over the device. The hangar's door opened and several heroes and villains jumped out, landing in the snow. The Quinjet flew off, leaving the team there. The team was built of Black Canary, Arsenal, Hawkeye, Arkham, Scarecrow, Dr. Fate, Captain Cold, Sabretooth, Pyro, and they were led by Gambit. Okay, I know I took the name Captain Cold, but this is ridiculous. I do not like this, Captain Cold complained.
Stop bitching, man. We're all freezing our asses off.
Pyro retorted.
What did we have to bring these little bitches for?
Arsenal asked.
Now, let's not fight each other. We must stick together. These are Pocket's orders. Now let's check out this machine and hurry back to help our friends.
Gambit snapped. They walked up to the device and it beeped every minute. Sabretooth walked up to the device and threw a fist. He punched a hidden force field, which only became visible when something made impact with it.
Well, we tried. Let's head back,
Sabretooth said with a shrug. Hawkeye aimed an arrow and shot it. It hit the shield and bounced off of it. He shrugged as the arrow landed in the snow.
We need to come up with a better strategy.
Scarecrow hissed. It has the same energy signature as our putty invaders, Dr. Fate explained. Then suddenly the snow beneath them started to shift as a few putties started to climb out of the snow.
Fan out and start taking these things down,
Gambit ordered. The whole group started fanning out and started taking down the snow-covered putties. Black Canary pulled out her bow staff and started smacking the putties down. She smacked 2 in the head, then she jumped up and screamed. Her sonic scream crippled several of the putties. Pyro ignited both his wrist-mounted flamethrowers and started blasting the putties with fire, melting some of them down. Sabretooth launched himself forward, tackling several of the putties to their feet. He sunk his teeth into one as he ripped off another one's head. Arsenal shot several arrows, claiming a couple headshots to his number. Then he fired an explosive arrow which hit a putty in the chest before exploding. Hawkeye shot several more putties before pulling out his twin daggers and started slicing the putties and beheading them. Arkham started weaving through the putties, smacking his walking stick into them, releasing his sonic bursts as he did, sending the putties barreling into the snow. Dr. Fate triggered a root manipulating spell, controlling the tree roots to snag the putties. Then he triggered another spell, allowing demonic hands to come through the portals and tear the putties apart. Captain Cold shot several ice bolts, freezing parts of putties. He shot a putty in the head, making it encased in ice. He ran up to it, swung his cold gun, and smashed the head into pieces. Scarecrow triggered his gauntlets, and the needles started filling up with fear toxin. He stabbed one of the putties, and it started to freak out and then turn on its putty brethren. Gambit swung his staff around, smacking and tripping over putties. He jumped up, flipping up in the air and throwing several kinetically charged cards at the putties that ran at him. They exploded on impact. Then he slammed down his staff, channeling his energy through it, causing a putty that was being smacked by the staff to explode. The makeshift group made quick work of the putties. Then they returned their attention back to the strange machine. Sabretooth tried to punch it once again. The machine shot out a bolt of lightning, blasting Sabretooth, which threw him back, crashing into a tree.
Right now, I'm gonna destroy this doohickey, then rebuild it, then destroy it again,
Sabretooth growled as he climbed back to his feet. Everyone was staring at the tree that Sabretooth had collided into.
What? Do I have something in my teeth?
Sabretooth asked. Gambit walked past Sabretooth and up to the tree, and saw that clay veins running up the tree. Gambit snapped some of the bark off and examined it. The energy that came off the machine had hit the tree and formed into clay. The clay was moving up the bark, and the bark was dying at excess speeds. Gambit showed the rest of the group.
It seems like the clay is eating the organic matter.
Arkham noted.
The machine has buried itself into the ground. What if it's sucking the organic matter and converting it? Those putties came from under the snow, so it could be the machine.
Scarecrow suggested.
Mark said that the putty planet was once a Earth. What if they have advanced their technology so far they only need this machine to convert our Earth into another putty world?
Gambit sighed.
Great, I cannot wait to be a mindless drone.
Pyro said sarcastically.
We have to shut this thing off.
Black Canary snapped.
We have tried physical attacks. Maybe fate could try this time.
Arkham suggested. Dr. Fate nodded. He floated over the 7-foot machine. He waved his hands, and a rune appeared before him in a shining gold colour. He then slammed his palm into the rune, and gold chains exploded from the rune and wrapped itself around the shield, and the chain tried to strangle the shield. The energy shield started to crack, then it finally shattered. The device then made an error-like beeping sound. Then Captain Cold ran up to it and aimed his cold gun. He pulled the trigger, and the beam of ice hit the device, and it started to freeze. But then the machine started making a high-pitched wailing noise.
Please, shut up.
Sabretooth growled.
Dude, if I knew how, I would.
Gambit barked. The machine then released a great energy wave, then another, then another. It pulsed out in rapid succession. The energy wave hit the heroes and villains. They all looked at each other and watched as each one started turning grey. Their clothes, their hair, and their skin all turned grey as if they were putties. Then they started to shrink. They felt their bones and muscles stiffen as they could no longer move. They shrunk down to the size of 6 inches. They had been turned into clay figures. They could not move whatsoever. They could not talk. They could not scream or yell for help. All they could do was scream inside of their heads. A few hours had gone by, and the pilot of the Quinjet returned and found the team all turned into clay figures laying in the snow. He collected them and put them on the Quinjet and took them back to Mr. Pocket. Mr. Pocket sighed at the sight of the failure of the mission. In the form of the heroes and villains turned into clay dolls. He placed them down on a table next to the portal device that he had been building. Gambit could see everything. He tried to scream, but no words came out. He somehow could intake oxygen, but yet his chest did not elevate. He saw some people examining him. He could hear them talking. They said that everyone that got turned into clay figures were stuck, and that no form of technology on Earth could turn them back. Doctor Strange tried using magic, but it did not work. Their only conclusion was to destroy the putty planet, and hope that the machine would deactivate with its destruction. He saw Nightwing check out the clay figures, and then he saw the machine being turned on as everyone got ready for the counter-invasion. Mr. Pocket walked away from Nightwing and walked out of the warehouse, and walked up to the strange individual. Mr. Pocket knew him as William Cranston. He was a champion collector just like Mr. Pocket, but William dealt with Power Rangers. Mr. Pocket followed William Cranston, and they both blinked away in a white flash of light, and they stood on a mountain cliff covered in snow. "Why are you here, William? Checking on me again?" Mr. Pocket asked. "You do not get to talk unless you answer me. Why is Mark here?" William Cranston barked. "Afraid I'm going to break your new toy?" Mr. Pocket asked sarcastically. "Here's my catalyst, Pocket. You have now allowed this hybrid universe to be connected to the morphing grid," William snapped. "The Justice League have met the Power Rangers before. This is not a stretch," Mr. Pocket sighed. "Stop this! Leave the Rangers to me!" William barked. Mr. Pocket stood straight with his arms crossed. "Make me," Mr. Pocket chuckled. "What are you, a child?" William sneered. "You want the Power Rangers so bad? Beat me, and I reverse this whole thing." Mr. Pocket grinned. William Cranston growled. then removed his sleeve, and his gauntlet shifted into his morpher. He pulled out a king chess piece and slid it across the surface of his morpher, then threw the chess piece into the air. The king chess piece grew gigantic and slammed over William Cranston. As it shattered and disappeared, it left the king chess ranger stood before Mr. Pocket. "Are you done?" Mr. Pocket grinned. Then he flew forward and slammed his fist into the king chess ranger, pushing him back. He then spun around and slammed his foot into the ranger. The impact from the blows was forcing the snow to erupt off the ground. Then Mr. Pocket grabbed the ranger's helmet and kneed the ranger in the stomach. He then looked at the ranger and his eyes glowed red, and he shot a mass amount of optic blasts point blank right at the ranger's face, sending him flying back, crashing into the snow. The ranger stood and he summoned his king greatsword and then ran at Mr. Pocket. He swung the oversized sword and hit Mr. Pocket, who had his arms crossed. His skin became orange and became solid rock. Mr. Pocket dropped to one knee due to the pressure of the impact from the sword. Then Mr. Pocket disappeared in a puff of blue smoke, and reappeared in a puff of blue smoke right above the ranger in midair. He swung his foot and kicked the ranger in the head, knocking him off his feet as the ranger crashed into the snowy ground. Mr. Pocket steadied himself and shot a massive beam of ice from his hand, freezing him solid. Mr. Pocket stood tall and sighed. He let out a slight chuckle. Then suddenly the ice shattered and the ranger bolted up into the air. He then came down and swung the sword. Mr. Pocket once again teleported a puff of blue smoke and reappeared a few feet away. The ranger landed and stood tall. He then pulled out a samurai disc. It was dark blue and the symbols resembled some form of bird. He slotted the disc over the handle of the sword and clipped it in. He then spun the disc as fast as he could. As it rotated faster and faster, the greatsword ignited, being coated in a bright blue flame. "Phoenix disc, ignited with a spark of soul and power!" the ranger roared. Then the ranger ran towards Mr. Pocket with the ignited sword and swung it at him. Mr. Pocket got hit and was sent flying back and crashed into a wall of rock. The wall shattered and crumbled all over Mr. Pocket. He stood tall and brushed himself off. The ranger jumped at him and slammed into the rocks once again, and started wailing on him, punching and punching and punching. Punch after punch, slamming each hit with all his strength he could muster. Mr. Pocket opened his mouth and let out a sonic scream. The ranger covered his ears and was thrown back. Then Mr. Pocket took a deep breath, and his body started vibrating as he took in the speed force. He then ran at lightning speed, and started running around in circles. The ranger stood in the middle of it. The ranger's sword disappeared, and he slammed his fist into his palm, and his body started releasing spiritual energy. Then he started moving in a rhythmic form. The spiritual energy formed into the spirit of the White Lion, and the ranger threw out his hands, and the White Lion spirit launched at the tornado circling around him. The White Lion spirit crashed into Mr. Pocket and knocked him off his feet. The Lion spirit slashed at Mr. Pocket, then Mr. Pocket teleported again at the spirit's grasp. He teleported behind the ranger, and suddenly his hands caught ablaze, and he punched the ranger several times, running around using the speed force to make it almost impossible for the ranger to block any of the blows. Then the ranger summoned the Gold Flux Quantum Blaster, and fired it. The shot hit Mr. Pocket in the shoulder, staggering him. Then he launched forward and slammed his fist into Mr. Pocket's stomach, then uppercut him in the face. Mr. Pocket then grabbed the ranger's shoulders and punched him in the helmet. Then again, the ranger retaliated with a knee in the stomach. Then he swung his foot across the ground, tripping Mr. Pocket up. Mr. Pocket jumped back to his feet, then charged a rainbow-coloured energy blast between his palm. The ranger then summoned a prehistoric version of the power weapons known as the Dino Destroyers, and formed the powder cannon. He aimed the cannon and fired it at the same time as Mr. Pocket fired his rainbow energy blast. Both attacks flew at each other, but just before they collided with each other, a figure appeared in a flash of white and raised both his hands and caught both energy blasts. Then the mysterious figure spun around, threw each blast into separate directions, and the explosions erupted in the air. Mr. Pocket stood straight, and the ranger returned his weapons as the white-hooded figure stood there with a D50 hand pistol in each hand, and aimed one at Mr. Pocket and one at the King Chess Ranger. The white figure stood there for a moment, his guns aimed. "Both of you, pack it in!" the hooded figure barked. The hooded cloak vanished off of him, and Twilight stood there. Twilight was one of the original mysteries, and was second in command. He looked at Mr. Pocket and the King Chess Ranger. The Ranger demorphed, and William Cranston sighed. "Fine, I yield," William muttered. "Same," Mr. Pocket sighed. Twilight holstered both his guns. "Good, we have a mission to do, and right now we cannot have two individuals squabbling like children," Twilight barked. "I know, I should have done better. I'm sorry," William said with his head hung low. "Kiss ass." Mr. Pocket sneered. I mean it, man. We have one goal. Protect the multiverses. Everything and everyone is at stake. And yes, there has been some awkward alterations. Thanks to you, Pocket, Twilight stated. Hey man, we did that spell that allowed us to do this. I know the Justice League have met the Power Rangers. I wanted to, Mr. Pocket said, but was cut off by an evil glare coming off of Twilight. I don't care. You do you. William here can't say anything. He has a ranger from Wakanda, Twilight told him. So now what? Mr. Pocket asked. You keep going. Help each other, not fight each other. Next time you want to do a move like this, you communicate with each other. Be part of the unit. We fight as one. Next time someone pulls this sort of stunt, Sparks will be down here, and you bet your ass he'll wipe you from existence, Twilight snapped. Understood. William Cranston nodded. Yes, boss, Mr. Pocket sighed. Good. Now, mission report, Twilight said. I've expanded to several universes. I'm working on the Future Foundation as a leading team, and Takeshi and I have a few projects under the way as well, William explained. I have fused two non-connected universes into one, building my teams from here, and I'm also expanding as well, Mr. Pocket explained. William, you need to start looking for more and creating unique ranger teams. You only have one so far, Twilight told him. Yes, sir, William Cranston nodded. Pocket, I know this fused universe thing is your baby, but you gotta start expanding. You have this obsession with Oculus, right? Try doing more with that. Stretch out to other universes. The more the better, Twilight ordered. Mr. Pocket rolled his eyes, then nodded. Then Twilight pressed his communicator in his ear. What? I was going to. I had to kick these guys' asses. Really? Ace is such a tit sometimes. Yeah, fine, I will. Be there now. Okay. Send my love to Rose, Twilight said into the communicator. Then he turned back to Mr. Pocket and William Cranston. Look, Ace got himself stuck in the color matrix, some sort of hell-bent hotel thingy. Anyway, there is another reason why I came here. Something is going on and you two need to know about it, Twilight stated. What's going on? William asked. Remember when we took down the girl with the gold crystal and the liquid powers? Twilight asked him. Eve, right? She was Illuminaya, sent to find out what we were doing, Mr. Pocket said. Yeah, turns out she has a partner. There were two of them, and he's out for blood. He's copying us, using our tactics, and is making his own army of multiversal champions, so to speak, across all multiverses, Twilight told them. Who is this guy? Mr. Pocket asked. How the hell are we gonna find out if we run into his champions? William snapped. One, he calls himself David, or at least that's the name that he's giving himself to other people, and there is a sure way of finding his champions. We've already had taken out a few of them, Twilight told them. David, huh? Interesting. So, what's this tell for his champions? William Cranston asked. There is two. First off, the color gold. There's always something to do. Somewhere there's gold. Clothes, suits, equipment, powers. There's always gold in their person. Somewhere. Second, David seems to have this thought pattern that he's gonna hunt all of us down. He's the apex predator. So, his champions usually follow this apex idea. It's in their name, it's in their quota, it's in their title. Usually it's somewhere. But it could be something for us to lean on. Try looking for powers, cults, teams, armies, weapons, whatever the case may be, you'll find gold and the term apex somewhere with every single champion, Twilight explained. You'll keep an eye out and we'll keep you updated if we find anything, William replied. Gold and apex. Got it, Mr. Pocket nodded. See you guys soon, Twilight said, then in a blink of white light, he disappeared. Look, with the Morphin Grid now in this universe, I could help you make a ranger team or two, William sighed. Hey, I could help you find others like the Wakandan Ranger, Mr. Pocket replied. William opened a portal, then walked up to it. He turned to Pocket one last time. Please return Mark on his path. That is all I ask, William Cranston growled. You have my word, Mr. Pocket nodded. Then William walked through the portal and it closed behind him. Mr. Pocket then teleported back to the warehouse and walked in. Alright guys, let's get this done, he announced. The preparations were complete, and the counter-invasion to the Putty planet was ready to begin. The portal device stood tall, a big round ring built with different technological advances from Wakanda and Atlantis. Mark's portal device was plugged into the console, with the space stone held in a small container tube. The reality stone and the time stone's energies were being siphoned into the ring via the ankle devices on Soma and Dr. Dead. The counter-invasion team all stood there ready to go. The rest of the heroes and villains joined the army of Wakanda, the army of Atlantis, the League of Assassins, and the Guardians of the Galaxy to fend off the putties who were still on Earth. Which left Nightwing, Robin, Dr. Dead, One-Up, Ocklos, Soma, Jordan, the Red Lantern, Spider-Man, Mark, and Mitchell to fight the Putty Supreme on the Putty World, with Dr. Fairweather tagging along.
Do not get in the way, Doctor.
One-Up said to Dr. Fairweather. Okay, Dr. Fairweather mumbled. Alright, gather up. You are the counter-invasion team. You need to get in and kill that Putty Supreme, and then get out quickly. I'll open a portal home once you give me the all clear, Mr. Pocket told the group.
Alright guys, we have to be quick. We can't get cornered or overwhelmed by the putties. We need to get to the Supreme and take him out. And hopefully, we find a way to reverse our little clay doll problem.
Nightwing barked. Everyone nodded. The portal device then was activated, and the portal formed within the giant ring. Everyone then followed Nightwing, as one by one they walked through the portal, and they walked out onto the Putty planet. The planet itself was fortified. There was massive towers, and an army waiting. There was also a giant looking cell phone tower-like device that was shooting a beam into the sky, creating a massive portal big enough to let the Putty planet go through it.
Well, this has changed.
Mark gasped as he saw the castle-like structure. The Putty Supreme stood on the balcony at the top of the castle, watching over everything. Time moves differently here, remember? Dr. Fairweather grunted. You best stay back, Ocklos told him.
Those who need to suit up, best do it now. Soma, give us some extra reinforcement. Spider-Man, get us up higher. Jordan, take out that portal tower. We don't need this planet entering our universe.
Nightwing ordered. Soma drew 5 cards and placed 2 on the duel disc. The reality stone started glowing, and in a flash of red, it brought the 2 monster cards to life.
I summon Battle Warrior and Flame Swordsman.
Soma called out. Both monsters appeared and started slicing and punching down the army of putties.
You heard the man. Let's do this.
Mark said to Mitchell. Right behind you. Mitchell nodded.
Cannabis Ficken!
Mark called out as he held out his Cornish power morpher. Titanium power! Mitchell called out, pressing the button on his morpher, the centre extending out into the shape of a V. There was a flash of red and a flash of silver. Then stood before the putties was the Red Cornish Ranger and the Titanium Ranger.
I'm not so flashy, but here goes nothing.
Jordan barked as she held out her ring, and her red lantern suit formed around her as her mask formed over her eyes. Nightwing jumped over some putties as he swung his Eskrima stick, slamming into 2 putties as he landed. Robin threw several bird-rangs. They exploded on impact. Spider-Man shot 2 webs and yanked 2 putties towards him. As he jumped up, the 2 putties collided into each other. Jordan aimed her ring, and a buzzsaw construct formed before her as it shredded some of the putties. Dr. Dead pulled out 2 semi-automatic hand pistols and started unleashing a barrage of bullets into the putties. One-Up pulled out a piece of vibranium from his pocket, and his body turned into Wakanda metal. He then started ramming his fist through the putties, and Ocklos' eyes turned blue as he started bolting around incredibly fast, beheading putties. The Red Cornish Ranger summoned his power axe and started fighting the putties as well, as the Titanium Ranger kicked and flipped his way through the ground. Jordan then flew up to the tower and created a giant shark construct, the size of a helicarrier, which was gigantic. The big shark flew into the tower, and the shark clamping down onto the tower as it made impact. The tower exploded, and it stopped producing the beam, which made the portal vanish. No! The Putty Supreme roared from his balcony. My time to shine, Spider-Man stated. He jumped up and swung his way up to the castle-like construct made out of solid clay. Spider-Man shot several webs at the ground, sticking them to the edge of the balcony. The Putty Supreme paced backwards, watching as Spider-Man kept shooting webs, making some form of sturdy archways for the team to run up. Nightwing led the group as they started running up the webs, and they hopped over the ledge and landed on the balcony. The Putty Supreme stood there, ready to fight them. He was more armoured when Mark last saw him. He also wore a headpiece which resembled the staff that once belonged to Rita Repulsa. I am the Almighty Supreme. I shall bring this world to a new hope, the Putty Supreme roared.
You need to stop this madness. Billy would never have taken another world's existence to fuel his own.
The Red Cornish Ranger barked, I am no Billy. I need to fuel my entire planet's existence, the Putty Supreme barked back at him. Nightwing looked over his shoulder and saw the putties climbing up the web.
Soma, sort them out whilst we take care of the Supreme!
Nightwing ordered. Soma nodded and drew another card. He analysed his hand, then placed a card on the door disc.
Soar through the sky. Hobby Lady Sisters. Slice them up.
Soma called out. As the Reality Stone brought the monsters to life, the Harpy Sisters started flying around, slicing the putties that had advanced up the web. But some managed to get onto the balcony. Spider-Man started shooting webs at them as Jordan made a spear construct and started swinging it around, slicing the putties to bits. Nightwing ran at the Supreme, swinging his extremist sticks. The Putty Supreme raised his hand, and Nightwing stopped in mid-swing and floated there unable to move. Robin dived forward and tried to save his mentor, and threw a punch, but the Supreme waved his hand and Nightwing flew into Robin, knocking both of them to the ground. One-Up ran up to the Putty Supreme and slammed the ground hard. The shockwave rippled through the clay. The Supreme floated off the ground, dodging the attack. Then he threw out a hand and sent lightning from his palm, which hit One-Up. It surged through him and he dropped to the ground, his metal body now smoking. This ain't doing jack to him, man, Ocklos barked.
Okay, do it, but be quick,
Nightwing ordered. Ocklos grinned as his eyes turned blue and he bolted past the Supreme and he ran up the wall. He kicked off of it, launching himself into the air. Then his eyes turned red and he landed on the Putty Supreme, grabbed his arms, holding onto him rather tightly, pulling his arms to his back, tightening his grip with his super strength. The Red Cornish Ranger then turned his power axe into blaster mode and released several blasts upon the Putty Supreme. The Titanium Ranger jumped up and punched the Supreme's chest, hip, and face several times before uppercutting him. Then, as he landed, Robin threw more boomerangs which stabbed into the Supreme's stomach and legs. Nightwing jumped up and triggered the taser function on his sticks and jabbed the Supreme in the chest, electrocuting him. Dr. Dead then unleashed a whole ammo clip into the Supreme before reloading.
Jessica, do it now!
One-Up barked. Suddenly, one of the putties that were fighting Spider-Man ran past everyone, jumped up and grabbed onto the Putty Supreme. Then it yanked off the headpiece and landed on the floor with it in hand. Then the Putty Supreme and Ocklos landed safely. No, not my power, the Putty Supreme cried out. Ocklos then stood and his eyes turned yellow and he became incorporeal. He faced his hand into the Putty Supreme's head and then became solid matter once again. He then ripped his hand out of the Putty Supreme and a small grey and black clay pebble in his hand. The Putty Supreme dropped to the floor, dead. Usually I go for the heart, but for you, I went for this little thing you call a brain. Ocklos chuckled as he tossed the pebble-like brain onto the floor. One-Up stood. The putty that aided them shimmered with small white octagons all over the skin, turning into Jessica. Jessica ran up to One-Up.
Are you okay?
Jessica asked.
Yeah, well done. That was some quick moves.
One-Up said with a weak smile.
Well, I had a good teacher.
Jessica grinned back.
Kirito, did you hear about that new podcast?
What new podcast, Asu?
It's called the Tiger Nexus Podcast, run by Ty Tiger.
Hold on. I know that name. He's the guy behind Tiger Tales on YouTube, right?
Yep, that's right. And now he's launched his own podcast where he interviews content creators and nerds of all kinds.
No way, that sounds so cool. What's the name of the podcast again?
The Tiger Nexus Podcast. You can find it on all major podcast platforms.
Hold up, he's had Cosplay Dude 637 on there? That's amazing!
I know, right? He's also interviewed A-Crown, Mark the Red Cornish Ranger, and many others.
I am totally subscribing to the Tiger Nexus podcast. I don't want to miss anything.
Tune into the Tiger Nexus Podcast by Ty Tiger for fascinating interviews with your favorite content creators and nerds. Find it wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss out.
Everyone grouped up.
Good job, guys. Now we need to head home to do cleanup duty.
Nightwing cheered.
Yes, well done. We can now rest a little easier.
The Red Cornish Ranger sighed with relief.
Well, I had a great time.
Dr. Dead said with a grin.
Alright, Pocket. Mission complete. Open the portal so we can come home.
Nightwing said into his communicator, but he was met with dead silence. Dad, come on, come in. Oculus barked into his communicator.
Great, we have been abandoned.
Jordan said with an eye roll.
Hell nah. The boss wouldn't give up on his boys.
One Up retorted. Whilst everyone tried to figure out what was going on, Dr. Fairweather had made his way up to the balcony, and he started to sneak up to the brain of the Putty Supreme that was left on the floor. He picked it up ever so gently, making sure not to damage it. Then he put it in his mouth, and he started to chew it. He gagged a little as he tried to swallow it. As he swallowed it, he started laughing to himself. He then crawled over and snatched the headpiece from Jessica's hand, and everyone turned to Dr. Fairweather as he placed the headpiece on his head. His skin suddenly turned a greyish colour.
Doctor, what are you doing?
The Red Cornish Ranger asked.
Doc, put the headpiece down.
Nightwing barked.
And I thought I was mental.
Dr. Dead chuckled.
Fuck this.
Jordan barked as she aimed her ring and made a rocket construct that flew at the Doctor. He waved his hand and the construct fizzled away. I am almighty and powerful, Dr. Fairweather roared.
What are you going to do, Fairweather? Continue the invasion?
The Red Cornish Ranger asked. No, I don't want to invade. But I want to rule this planet. I helped make the fucking thing, Dr. Fairweather roared.
Think about this, Doc. You ain't gonna get very far. We have shut off their portals, but our team can still get to us.
Nightwing barked back. Oh yes, I'm going to need to sacrifice some of my new people to make sure you lot never find us again, Dr. Fairweather snapped. I trusted you! The Titanium Ranger roared at him. He jumped at Dr. Fairweather and threw a punch, but Dr. Fairweather made a ball of energy in his hand and raised it above his head. The energy ball sent out an energy wave that hit everybody. The two Rangers automatically demorphed. The Red Lantern suit dissolved off of Jordan. The vibranium vanished out of One-Up's body. Robin and Nightwing's technological equipment short-circuited, and Spider-Man's web shooters malfunctioned. Summer's dual disc folded back up, and Dr. Dead clenched his side of his head and dropped to his knees, crying out in pain.
What the hell was that?
One-Up barked.
My ring won't work.
Jordan growled.
None of our stuff works.
Nightwing stated.
It was some sort of magical EMP blast.
Mark sighed as he looked at his useless power morpher. Dr. Fairweather took flight and floated high up into the sky. Every putty looked up at him. My loyal followers, I promise as your new leader, I shall rule with an iron fist. I shall focus on our protection, so you can live just as you are meant to. Now to do so, I must sacrifice our beloved brethren trapped on Earth, so we can live without fear of those who impose on us, Dr. Fairweather called out. His voice echoed throughout the entire planet. Then Dr. Fairweather held out his hands, and a small purple flare-like energy bolted from his hand. All putties, take out the humans from the universe that threatens our home, please, Dr. Fairweather called out. Suddenly, the balcony was filled with putties.
I don't know how to fight,
Soma cried out.
Stay behind us,
Nightwing ordered. Everyone started fighting the putties in hand-to-hand combat, trying to fend for their lives without their technological and magical advances.
It's time for Dad Joke of the Week. Why is it bad to iron a 4-leaf clover? Because you should never...
Jared, you lay there bleeding on your floor, because I was hired to assassinate you. You broke the universal law of telling too many dad jokes. The person who hired me has requested, and paid extra, for me to read you this message. Dear Jared, I, Billy, of the Zero to Hero podcast, hired this man to kill you because you look like a frog that had relations with the end of a moldy-crusted loaf of bread. And you told too many dad jokes. Ha ha. Signed, Billy. I must leave now. Mission log. I've taken down the host of If You Give a Dad a Podcast. My next target is the man who was deemed one with too many technical difficulties.
It was just a joke.
Oh, Jared, I've come with your Big Mac. Oh dear. Oh, poor Blighty. He's been murdered. It's all right, lovely. I'll eat the Big Mac for you.
On Earth, everyone was fighting to stop the Putties. The millions upon millions worth of an army stood their ground and was incredibly difficult to take down. The portals had finally closed, but the Putties still swarmed everywhere. Everyone was fighting as hard as they could. Suddenly, the Putties started glowing purple, energy rippling through them. They all started to latch onto buildings, hugged all the warriors, soldiers, assassins, heroes and villains, and then, one by one, they started to explode. Each one exploded with enough force to take out one whole story of a building. And there were millions of Putties. Buildings crumbled to the ground, cars exploded on the street, those defending the earth were either blown up or caught in the blast of an explosion. Either that, or they died trying to fend off the velocity of the rapid explosions. Earth quickly became blanketed in a layer of exploding Putties. On the Putty planet, everyone tried to fight off the swarm of Putties. Dr. Dead was still on his knees, clenching his head in his hands, as the pain rippled through him.
Dead! Get up!
Nightwing barked.
Come on, freak!
One-Up shouted.
Maybe he finally lost it,
Jordan stated. Dr. Dead was unable to move. His body was restricted by the sudden shock that in his mind all the voices had flooded in. He had not heard any of the voices since before Union Day. The Joker chip that was inside his mind had been deactivated due to Dr. Fairweather's EMP-like attack, allowing all of his personalities to be heard all at once. First time he heard the personalities since before Union Day. Since before Cornelius took the name Dead. And since before Dead became a doctor. Mark, quiet, a Cornish. Yeah, you know he won't. Because he likes drinking. Shut up. Quiet. No, shoot 637. Quiet. Everyone stop talking. It's so slow. How dare you? Why is he here? Why are we talking now? Does he's been so brave. It's been many years. No, it hasn't. It's only been Santa. Really, it feels like it's been years. Years drag on because the days are so long and so quiet. More like everything hurts. It always hurts. Why are we in pain? Why can't we just end it all? Why? I don't understand. Shh. He's listening. He's always listening. If you guys want to get some cool merch, go to the useless shop on I don't understand. They have some really cool weapons. That's the use of the shop for so red bubble.
Well, this is not gonna be fun.
Agony muttered in his head.
You need to do the right thing here.
Eric told him.
Well, Cornelius, been a hot minute, ain't it?
Jack chuckled. Come on, man. Think. Use your head, Hondo ordered. Well, this is kind of awkward. A conundrum, isn't it? Arthur chuckled awkwardly.
Let us save the day, Cornelius.
The Hope Enforcer called out.
I have not missed this.
Agony snapped.
We can fix this, man.
Eric said. I don't know how. Dr. Dead cried, tears now running down his face. Time is of the essence, man, come on, Hondo barked. They often take, if one could go back in time, what would one do with that power? Arthur stated.
It is time we become the change we all desire to see.
The Hope Enforcer said.
Use the stone, man. Use the stone.
Jack hissed. Dr. Dead shook his head and pulled the time stone from around his neck. He held it up into the air. It was nice hearing you guys once again, Cornelius sighed, with a tear rolling down his cheek. Then the time stone glowed a bright green. Dr. Dead opened his eyes, and once again he stood before the portal device back on Earth in the warehouse. The team was stood waiting to go through the portal to attack the Putty planet. Dr. Dead then pulled out his big army knife and turned to see Dr. Fairweather stood there looking awkward and uneasy. He walked up to Dr. Fairweather and stabbed him in the stomach. Then he pulled it out and stabbed him again. He then stabbed him a third time, but this time he twisted the knife, making sure Dr. Fairweather would not survive. Dr. Fairweather coughed up some blood, then dropped to the ground. He laid there with a heavy but short breath. Everyone looked at Dr. Dead in shock. Everyone looked at Dr. Fairweather on the ground, bleeding out in shock, as Dr. Dead stood there, sighing with relief. Dr. Dead stood there, hovering over Dr. Fairweather, who was choking on his own blood.
Are you nuts?
Nightwing barked as he pulled out one of his skirmish sticks and swung for Dr. Dead. Then one up caught his wrist mid-swing.
Hear out the insane freak first. He might have a point.
One up told him, I've done this already. I'd gone to that fucking world, and I fought the Supreme. We all did, and we won. But this fucker got his hands on the Supreme's powers, and went totally schizo, and he killed everybody. Or was at least close to. Dr. Dead explained. Well, Dick, it's your call. You know this nutcase, Arklow stated.
He's got a few screws loose, but he ain't a liar.
Nightwing sighed. I wanted to show the world my genius, Dr. Fairweather grunted. Then Mitchell ran over and swung his boot into the doctor's face. Then he stomped on his face over and over again. Mark stormed over and grabbed Mitchell and pushed him back.
It's not worth it,
Mark told him. Mitchell stood there with a heavy breath. Then he turned around and stormed off out of the warehouse. You can, leave that in him. It'll keep him alive. If he survives the brain stomping, anyway, Arklow muttered. Everyone gathered around, and Dr. Dead then explained everything that had happened when Mr. Pocket suddenly cleared his throat. Okay, seems like doing it the first time went almost good, but we need it perfect, Mr. Pocket sighed.
Dead. You said we won, but you also said all the putties ran away afterwards,
Mark stated.
Oh yes, they ran away like little cockroaches.
Dr. Dead said. What are you thinking, Mark? Spider-Man asked him.
We have been looking at this as a war between suits and putties, but I spoke to them. They have a mind and a connected society. For them, this isn't a war to leech off this planet. For them, it's a war to protect theirs. The Supreme Putty was Billy Cranston, or had the mind of one. I know for a fact, if he was evil, Earth wouldn't stand a chance. But he would never stop caring.
Mark stated.
Your point being?
Jordan asked.
I have 2 points. One, Dead said it had been upgraded, and the Supreme looked different. That proves that a few days I've been here could have been years for them. And 2, gotta ask yourself the question, why invade an alternate universe?
Mark replied.
They're out of resources!
Nightwing said. They're running out of time, and pressure is upon them, Oculus said.
They're gonna take the first chance they get. Mark left their universe. That gives them the spark they need.
Soma stated. We're honestly suggesting we save their planet, Oculus muttered.
Is there any way we can contain it? Secure it somehow?
Mark asked.
Before Union Day, we had some weirdo wearing some ant-themed gimp suit. He could shrink stuff down like tiny.
One-Up stated. Are you talking about Ant-Man? Spider-Man questioned. One-Up responded with a shrug of the shoulder.
We had someone similar. Called himself the Atom.
Nightwing told the group. The group kept throwing out ideas, some good ones and some bad, but eventually, like a well-placed puzzle piece building into a beautiful picture, their new plan came together. The group walked through the portal and walked out onto the world made out of clay. Dr. Dead walked ahead and pointed to the tower that was shooting the gigantic beam into the sky, which created a rather large portal big enough for the planet to go through.
We need to shut that down so Dorothy can get back to Kansas!
Dr. Dead sighed.
I can sort it out. Again, I guess.
Jordan said awkwardly. Her suit formed over her and she took flight. She flew up high in the air and aimed her ring. Then a large sun-like sphere formed and flew up the tower. It hit the tower and imploded, taking out the tower with it, and the beam cut off and the portal vanished.
Guys, keep him busy. Don't do anything stupid. Watch Dead like a hawk. And for the love of God, don't die!
Nightwing barked. Then Nightwing and Oculus bolted off and ran through the group of putties, only striking the ones back in the act of defense. The rest of them ran through the group of putties. Mark and Mitchell both morphed, and the group ran through the group of putties, only fighting off the ones that attacked. They paid close attention to the putties who weren't there to fight. They weren't there for war. They were people, the society that was built. They climbed up the tower and reached the Putty Supreme rather quickly. You fools. I will have your universe, the Supreme roared.
I think we misunderstood each other last time.
The Red Corner Stranger sighed. Please, you will never understand us, the Putty Supreme growled.
I am mutant, you know. I live day by day being hated for something I was born with. Trust me, I get it.
One-Up barked.
No, please! Try being in my head for a minute. First prize is the key to Hogwarts! I killed myself.
Dr. Dead grinned.
I think the point is, we all know what it's like being an outcast.
Noma stated. No! I will save us by ending your miserable Earth, forming it into a new world. I'll keep my people safe. The Putty Supreme barked, then he started floating.
Jessica, do it!
One-Up roared. A putty ran up and swiped the Supreme Putty's headpiece off. Then it shimmered and Jessica stood there holding onto the headpiece. She dropped it onto the ground and stamped on it. You bitch! The Putty Supreme called out as he landed on the ground. Jordan landed and aimed her ring.
Just give me the word.
Jordan growled.
We ain't gonna fight you anymore. We have a better solution.
The Red Corner Ranger barked. Lies. That's all you speak, Ranger. The Putty Supreme cried out. The Red Corner Ranger took a step forward and demorphed and knelt down next to the Supreme.
Look at me. We are going to save this planet. We are going to help you.
Mark said with determination. The Supreme Putty stared Mark in the eye, then took a deep breath.
Hey Usopp, what you listening to?
Huh? Oh, this? It's the Author's Crown YouTube channel.
Oh man, that sounds cool. Is he a pirate like us?
No, he's a writer who makes up cool crossover stories we never knew we needed.
Oh, really? What kind of stuff does he cross over?
He crosses over stuff like Power Rangers and Friday the 13th. That one is kind of scary, but still really good.
Whoa, that sounds amazing! Where can I listen to this guy at?
You can find Author's Crown on YouTube. Just search for his channel and dive into those awesome crossover stories.
Check out Author's Crown on YouTube for incredible crossover stories that will blow your mind. Don't miss out on all the fun. Subscribe now!
Nightwing and Octolus found a tunnel. They started walking through it and the Putties did not follow. Hey, you think this device will actually work? Octolus asked.
Look, I don't know where Pocket got it from, but he says it works, so it should work.
Nightwing stated. Oh, so you trust my dad now? Octolus asked.
I never said that.
Nightwing muttered. Octolus let out a scoff as they carried on walking. Nightwing held up his hand, stopping Octolus. Then he turned to him.
I didn't mean to offend you, man, and I'm sorry. You're good. It's just your dad is a little sketchy, and also kinda creepy.
Nightwing said, trying to act like a joke. Oh no, I get it. He can do some weird shit. I don't even know if he's a mutant or not. You don't even talk about my mom. Ever. Like, literally ever. But there is good in him, though. When my powers kicked in, he was solid. He actually trained me, and got me hanging out with the boys. I would die for those guys, you know? Octolus snapped.
Yeah, I know, man. Like I said, I am sorry. I should not have made that comment.
Nightwing sighed. Dude, I'm fucking with you. Jesus Christ, you suits are so uptight. Octolus chuckled. He punched Nightwing in the arm, and they both carried on walking.
You can trust us, you know. We're not all bad.
Nightwing stated. Yeah, I know, but we have our cautions. The X-Men were mutants, and they were also heroes with suits, and they were all hated. Then we learned, oh yeah, there's a whole nother universe with these metahuman things, which, oh, by the way, are hated as well. Some of you superheroes with suits, but mutants can live normal lives too. And they can also be the bad guys, just look at Sabretooth. So the logic reason is, super suits, heroes, not a good thing, Octolus stated.
You hang out with Gambit, dude.
Nightwing retorted. And the dude has done a whole lot of bad before he became a hero. Trust me, Remy ain't no saint, Octolus replied. Before Nightwing had a chance to respond, they came to a clearing, and saw a big purple energy core in the containment tube suspended by clay tendrils. So that's the thing holding the planet in place? Octolus asked.
Yeah, we have to put this there so when Soma does his thing, the planet doesn't implode. Or something along those lines.
Nightwing stated, holding a small device in his hand. The clay looks old. Grapple hooks aren't gonna work, you know that, right? Octolus said.
Got any suggestions?
Nightwing asked. Octolus's eyes turned red. He grabbed Nightwing, spun him around, and threw him across the massive gap up to the core. Nightwing grabbed onto the containment capsule, hanging there for dear life.
Dude, not cool, man.
Nightwing yelled. Yeah, stop whinging like a baby. Just put the device on already, will ya? Octolus chuckled. Nightwing placed the device on the containment pod and then backflipped off the core and landed on the ground safely. Octolus nodded and they both started running back through the tunnels.
Nightwing to Alpha Squad. The device is planted. Start the procedure. We will be there in 3 minutes.
Nightwing said into his communicator. Mark pulled the Supreme to his feet.
You need to stop dictating like a human and start thinking like a putty. Billy was smart, but he was human smart. You need to learn to be a putty.
Mark told him, pointing at the massive crowd of putties that stood there watching in awe. Why are you helping us? The Supreme Putty asked. Dude, we're superheroes. We save people, Spider-Man replied.
He speaks for the ill-minded and dumbasses of the group.
Dr. Dead grinned.
Alright, kid. It's time.
Mark told Soma.
Alright, folks. Welcome to the Reality Stone Express. Please strap in. We've never done this before.
Soma said sarcastically. He pulled the Reality Stone out of the dual disc and held it into the air, and the stone started glowing. Everyone turned to the Putty Supreme.
We have to go! Now!
Nightwing barked. Hey, at least you guys can be safe, right? Spider-Man said.
I will keep you safe, and you guys can live with an ongoing planet, without being disturbed, or disturbing anyone else.
Mark told the Supreme. But what about my soldiers on Earth? The Supreme asked.
Working on it.
Soma barked.
Alright, Pocket, get us out of here!
Nightwing ordered. Then there was a massive flash of red light. Suddenly, the heroes and villains stood in the warehouse back on Earth, and a medium-sized marble laid on the ground. It was grey and dull. Mark bent down and picked it up to examine it.
Are you safe?
Mark asked curiously.
Yes, they've been put into a pocket-sized dimension, so you could throw it for your dog and it wouldn't affect anything.
Soma stated. Mark put the marble in his pocket, then sighed a long sigh. Thank you everyone for banding together. Let's hope this does not happen again. Writing all this down on paper for the paperwork takes months, and uses a lot of ink, Mr. Pocket said to the group.
Well, I best be going. Thank you all for the help, and I'm glad I had such a group like you to aid me on this.
Mark announced to the group.
Without you, Mark, we might not have won this, so thanks.
Nightwing replied.
Hey, I'm just glad I'm no longer a clay doll. It was very awkward and uncomfortable.
Gambit moaned. Everyone smiled at the people who originally were clay dolls now turned back to normal. Mark said his goodbyes, and then pulled out his portal gun and aimed it. A portal opened. Mitchell walked up to him. Thanks for the really short training session, Mitchell said solemnly.
Here, I got something for you.
Mark said, handing him a small circular device.
It's like a multi-dimensional panic button. Press it and I will come quick as I can. But I will also check on you every now and then.
Mark told him. Oh, wow. Thanks, man. Mitchell grinned.
Till next time, guys. And like a wise man in my universe once said, may the power protect you.
Mark called out. Everyone waved and called out to him as he walked through the portal, and then the portal closed. The Red Corner Ranger continued his hunt for the person who wronged him.
Hey, Kirito! Did you hear about that new podcast?
What new podcast, Asu?
It's called the Tiger Nexus Podcast, run by Ty Tiger.
Hold on. I know that name. He's the guy behind Tiger Tales on YouTube, right?
Yep, that's right. And now he's launched his own podcast where he interviews content creators and nerds of all kinds.
No way, that sounds so cool. What's the name of the podcast again?
The Tiger Nexus Podcast. You can find it on all major podcast platforms.
Hold up, he's had Cosplay Dude 637 on there? That's amazing!
I know, right? He's also interviewed A-Crown, Mark the Red Corners Ranger, and many others.
I am totally subscribing to the Tiger Nexus podcast. I don't want to miss anything.
Tune into the Tiger Nexus podcast by Ty Tiger for fascinating interviews with your favorite content creators and nerds. Find it wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss out.
Everyone stood there in shock and awe of the events that had transpired in the last couple days. "Prepare to run. Run like the demons licking your heels," Dr. Dead growled.
I don't like the creepy lunatic with the face paint, but he may have a point.
Sabretooth growled. The villains all banded together and prepared for a fight. "Easy there. Everyone calm down. You so-called villains are free to go," Mr. Pocket told them. Everyone looked at each other with rather confused faces. "If the heroes have an issue, they can deal with me personally. You were warriors. You fought for our planet, on the front line. You could have died protecting us. So right now, you have a free-to-go pass. But as soon as you leave my property, it's all free hands, down for everyone. Understood?" Mr. Pocket declared.
Well, boy blunder, see you in Gotham. Taco Bell says about 7 you bring your family and I will bring mine, yeah?
Dr. Dead said to Nightwing.
It's a date, Dead. It's a date.
Nightwing responded. The Gotham villains walked away, leaving the warehouse.
As per usual, we'll see you around. Runts for hire.
Sabretooth growled.
You're lucky the boss is here. Trust me, Fangface.
One-Up barked. Pyro chuckled as the Brotherhood duo walked out. Jordan then turned to Thunderstruck.
What you said back there, I don't expect anything.
Jordan sighed.
Look, let me get some cash in, and then when I have some time, I will give you a call, and we can arrange a day, okay?
Thunderstruck said. Jordan nodded, then she gave Thunderstruck a slight smile before she walked away. The magic wielders opened a portal and headed back home. Isaac said his goodbyes and walked away as well. Soma said his goodbyes and headed back to his dorm room to explain everything that happened to his roommate. Mr. Pocket told him he could keep the Reality Stone for now, but he would keep an eye on him. Spider-Man took Vixen back home and went to the hospital to check on his mother. Captain Cold and Venom also left to make sure that they acquired some distance from Spider-Man. The Guardians of the Galaxy took off in their ship and left Earth once again to explore the galaxy. Nightwing and his crew turned to the mutants for hire.
Again, thank you.
Nightwing said.
Yeah, same. I don't trust you suits, but I respect the fact that we just saved the world together.
One-Up told him.
Hey, Blue Boy, you want that rematch? You let me know, okay?
Gambit told Nightwing.
When I want a live punching bag, Remy, I will let you know.
Nightwing retorted. Gambit then looked at Oculus.
Look, you and your boys are solid, but I just want to say if by any means you need me in my shell, got your back, okay?
Gambit said seriously. Yeah, no worries, man, I got you, Oculus replied. Gambit then left the warehouse. Nightwing shook Mr. Pocket's hand, and then he walked away with his crew. I wonder where Ra's al Ghul got up to. He kind of disappeared, huh? Robin stated.
I don't know, he left with the assassins.
Nightwing sighed. Actually, he kind of left this for you, Robin said, handing him a small parcel. Nightwing took it from him and opened it, and saw it was a small homing beacon that fell into his hand, with a bat logo on it.
Master Dick, sir, it looks like Master Damien wants to keep communications open, if we are ever to need him again.
Alfred said with a grin. The Mutants for Hire boys turned to Mr. Pocket. So, now what, Dad? Oculus asked. Boys, it's been a long couple of days. Eat something. Get some goddamn shut-eye. Then, if I remember correctly, we have 2 metahumans hunt down for the government, and to earn some cash. Mr. Pocket chuckled. The world carried on moving. It didn't take long for the world to start repairing the damages and the heroes and villains to carry on living their lives. The villains carried on being villains, and the heroes carried on saving the day. The universe, once again, was in a unique sense of balance, with the addition to the morphing grid being added to the universe. It would never go back to normal, but then again, the universe was never normal in the first place.
What you have just listened to is a product created by the Three Ranger Bros Studio.
Hosted by three cosplaying fathers who
happen to be massive geeks of all sorts of fandoms.
They are Mark, the Red Cornish Ranger,
Cosplay Dude 637,
and Ty Tiger.
The studio covers different types of YouTube videos, TikToks, podcasts, and live streams.
If you wish to find out who cosplays who, the YouTube channel, the TikTok accounts, and the podcasts, and all of the other social media platforms,
please go to the 3rangerBroStudios.com.